Okay, so welcome back everyone to our Fate Grand Order speedrun, kind of segmented, but you know. When last we left off, we had just completed E Pluribus Unum, and you can see the times right down here, below the chat. And we're gonna have to just skip our way up to Camelot, and we'll start right at 10:50. But before we get started with continuing the speedrun stuff, I had a question in chat that I am going to answer right now. And someone was asking, hey, how do you make a CE bomb in order to level E's? And you know what? That's a fine question. So, if you go to the Enhance tab, there's Craft Essence that you can enhance. And you can even filter between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. But to do a CE bomb, generally it's 1, 2, and 3 stars that you're going to be filtering between. Now, with every craft essence, you can see that they have these little stars on them below the level, 4 of them. And if you, say, take one and put another one in, you see it says Limit Breakthrough. That will raise its max level even higher and increase the potency of the effect that it gives. If you completely max your breakthrough, fill all 4 stars, at least put 4 more of the same one, and then this apply damage plus 30 here will become an apply damage plus 50 or 60, something like that, for example. I actually don't know what it is because 1-star craft essences are awful. Now, beyond that, in order to create CE bombs, what that means is you're going to have the most UP efficient way of leveling up CEs. So let's say I wanted to level up this 4-star CE here, Guardians of the... And I just want to increase the level here. It's currently level 1 out of 20. You can get CEs up to level 100 if they're 5-star, for example. Now, increasing their level, if I were to say, hold on, real quick. There we go. If I were to try leveling it up here like this, you see my QP needed to enhance is 1,200. Now, let's change things up ever so slightly. We'll take this low-level thing and then feed a bunch of more low-level stuff into it, like so, raising its level. Oopsie. Now, if I am to take this, and instead of feeding it all those different materials, I feed it this one leveled up material, you see that the QP needed to enhance is only 240. It's much, much lower than if I just did that piecemeal. So what that means is that to make a CE bomb, you're going to take a bunch of really low-level CEs. You're going to max out their limit break, or whatever you want to call it, level it up as much as you can, and you're going to do that for a bunch of them. And then you're going to feed all of those into one of them, raising its level as much as possible. And then you're going to do that again and again and again until you have a bunch of them that are high level, and then take all of those and either save them up for an event where Craft Essence experience is increased or has a chance to be increased, or just toss them into whatever CE you're trying to level up. And it very much saves QP, while on top of it, if you save the CEs for an event where every so often there will be events where certain servants will get bonus experience or have a better chance of getting better XP, and CEs will usually also have that as a generalized thing. And then you feed them all into the thing you're trying to level up at once. At that point, it's a massive QP saver, and it can be an experience increase over what you would have spent normally by getting you those great or super successes. That's what making a CE bomb is, and that's what creating a CE bomb entails. Generally, it's done when you're trying to save up for a future thing in order to save QP, because if you're getting a bunch of servants and leveling them up, then QP starts to become an issue pretty quickly, especially if you're new to a game. It can be an issue very quickly. So it's a useful technique in order for you to save up on a resource and not have to farm it quite so much. It can also just level you up faster, because if I am to take this and just put that 1C in, you notice that we get straight to level 10, as opposed to if I do like 3, 4, these 5 level 1 CEs, right? Okay, 4 level 1 CEs that are all higher level gets us to about the same thing for about 5 times the cost in QP. So it's very, very much a resource management thing. Honestly, I think that the vast majority of people, that unless they are pulling all the servants and leveling them up as much as possible and leveling their skills and all that for every servant possible, you probably don't need to do this. But if you're using a new account, if you're expecting a lot of QP costs to income, if you want to pull a lot, all those things together make making CE bombs more of a good idea. All right. So that answers that question. And I'll answer one more question before we get started with Camelot, which will be our first, more than likely, bump or two in the road on this run through all of Part 1. And that was an earlier... You know what? We can actually just start Camelot, and I'll talk about it during that, because I don't need to show anything. So... let's go to Camelot, one of the best Part 1 stories out there, and go! So, another question that I was asked that I should definitely answer is it better when you're leveling up a servant's skills, focus on leveling it defensives, offensives? And the answer is super simply, level up or offensive skill. That's what you got to do. If you're leveling up defensive skills, it's not particularly useful unless you can hit a really high threshold of increased defense. Because most of the time, enemies that are going to cause you to want to have defense are going to do so much damage that unless you're reducing their damage by 50% or more, it's still going to hit you really, really hard. But if you're increasing it beyond 50%, then it starts to become actually pretty darn good for you to have those defensive skills leveled. Chances are, 9 times out of 10, you just want to level the offensives. So if it increases your attack, it increases your buster effectiveness, your arch effectiveness, or quick effectiveness, that takes higher priority. But that's merely offense versus defense. If we also include criticals, then generally that kind of falls even behind defense, because unless you're running a specific strategy that requires critical hits and it's going to get critical hits consistently, you may not hit them particularly often. So, And finally, the most important skill of all to level on any servant is anything that increases MP charge. I'll turn that down just a tiny bit. I don't know if that was too loud for you guys or not. But it was too loud in my ears. Anyway, the best thing for you to level anytime possible is simply something that increases your NP charge. So, for example, Morgan has both Charisma of Yearning and Protection of the Lake, which actually changes name when you finish Lost Belt 6. Both of them increase the amount of NP gain when you use the skill, the higher level they are. Which means that when they're at max level, like this level 100 friend Morgan has, that is a 30% increase on Charisma of Yearning and a 20% increase on Protection of the Lake. It's much less on my Morgan because her skills are just not leveled, unfortunately. So you want to definitely focus on that as your highest priority for any skill leveling on any servants that you get. Because remember, FGO is very, very much a, hey, if you use your NP enough times, or, you know, sometimes just at all, then congratulations. You probably won. It's your strongest ability. It scales by far stronger than any attack skill that you're going to have, unless you are a specific servant that is set up to use their cards. Then the Noble Phantasm is what you want every time. That's what you want to level, that's what you want to focus on, all that stuff. That being said, we're about to crit this guy into next Wednesday. And we haven't... Part of the reason why I didn't really go over that before is I didn't think about it because we weren't really leveling skills or putting priority on much of anything. I threw a couple levels into some stuff, but we're very locked out of materials because we're just zooming fast towards the finish line of part 1 before I worry about anything material. Like I said, this is mostly a guide on how to catch up when you're just starting and you feel like you're overwhelmed by how far behind you are from where the game currently is. And I understand that feeling because I started my JP account several years after the game had been out on JP. So I played that catch-up game. But it is definitely doable. And I mostly just want to show that it's possible for people to have these low-leveled skills, these relatively low-level servants, just borrow support servants, and maybe have 1 or 2 good servants of your own, because the games will give you at least 1 for free in the form of the waiver I have. And if you're lucky enough to get a good 5-star to start, remember my list. I'm never going to stop going over the list. The list's important, chat. Which are Astra Artoria, Morgan, Arjuna Altar, Koyan Sky of the Light, Merlin, Lady Avalon, Skaha, and Skaha Ruler. Pretty much in that order is your priority. And if you get Morgan, you don't gotta worry about Arjuna Altar. Get Arjuna Altar, you don't really gotta worry about Morgan. Just pick whichever one you can get that one, and be happy with it. But either way, if you get to start with any of that stuff, you should be able to kind of cruise control through everything, no problem. Even just having friend support stuff, we're able to cruise control pretty well. And things would take just a tiny bit longer without my own Morgan, but not by a whole lot. I'd have a different servant leveled up instead. And I actually had someone come in and say that they would suggest re-rolling until you get to start with whatever 5-star is on rate up on banner, but personally I kind of disagree with that unless the 5-star on rate up when you start is something good. Because instead of doing that, you could instead just do your start and then start saving up Saint Quartz for when one of those good things does get a rate up a banner, and then you can have a bunch of Saint Quartz ready to just dump into, hey, there's that thing that store told me was good to pull for, and it's available now. Well, guess what? I've got this mountain of stuff. Look at all these resources. Let's get that character. You know? Oh, and chat, let's see if you were properly taking notes, guys. Let me ask you, Twitch chat, if you were properly taking notes. How many Saint Quartz does it take to guarantee a servant through the pity? 5-star on radar. Yes is a almost complete answer. That's really close. $900. There you go. Well done, chat. Clap, 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 clap. That is a guarantee of that. Now, I never went into the store, the shop, to show you how much any Saint Quartz costs. You could do that on your own time and then work out the math that 900 is a lot of fucking money if you start from 0. Which is why it's a good idea to save Saint Quartz and then in the future say, hey, there's a character that's strong that I want. Good thing I have this pile of Saint Quartz lying around. That's what I do. That's what I do. And luckily, the game is pretty generous when it comes to giving you Saint Quartz over time. By the time a banner rolls around with a character that I want, I usually have quite the stack to work with. Like right now on NA, I have, I think, 1,900 Saint Quartz or close to it. Actually, no, it's 2,000 if I add in the fragments with it. And I have that much partially due to getting a little bit lucky when pulling for stuff. Which, you know, your luck will vary. Sometimes you'll get a 5-star servant on the very first pull like we did on this account. Sometimes you're not going to get that 5-star servant until you hit that 900 pity. My worst ever experience was going for Koyan Sky of the Light when she was new, and she didn't show up for me in over 1,400 Saint Quartz. She didn't show up. In fact, I didn't get a single 5-star servant the whole time. That was before the pity existed. Over 1,400 and not a single 5-star. Can you imagine how that one felt? Pretty bad. That's the worst one that's ever hit me. That's the worst one that's ever hit me so far in the game. And luckily with the pity, I can't get any worse. But there are some horror stories out there. There is someone who went 5,000 plus Saint Quartz pulling for a servant and not getting that servant back in the day. And that all just comes down to luck at the end of the day. Some people would get that servant in a single ticket. Meanwhile, that poor bastard, 5,000 Saint Quartz, doesn't get it. Poor guy. But hey, just make sure you guys do me a favor and only spend money that you can spend. Don't go out there and spend money you don't have for any characters. This is why I'm harping so much on how free-to-play friendly the game is. so that you guys know for a fact you do not have to dedicate all that effort to getting the servant. No. Starts throwing money at the game. We get everyone that JP gets? Yes. Yes. Any event that JP gets, NA will get at some point in time. Any servant that JP gets, NA will get at some point in time, etc., etc. And it's generally going to follow the schedule that JP follows. I say generally because there are a couple things that shift in waiver from one thing to the next. Like, for example, the anniversary timing for JP is different for NA. Because NA started at a different time JP did. So JP will have their anniversary servant come out like a month or something before the NA anniversary servant comes out, just because the anniversaries are about a month apart or so. So, other than some minor time shift stuff here and there, pretty much everything's going to stay consistent with the JP schedule. And once in a while, NA will have like a different banner or an additional banner because of something like Thanksgiving, which Japan clearly doesn't have a Thanksgiving at the time of, like, say, at any time that the US would, so we get a special Thanksgiving banner at that time, or maybe another banner gets rolled into the Thanksgiving celebration, stuff like that. But otherwise, in general, you can pretty much look at what the schedule was from 2 years ago for the JP server, and it is a 95% accurate guideline for what you're going to get for current year on NA. So you don't gotta worry about missing out on any servants or any events. They'll all come here. Get a chance at them all, even if the schedule is a tiny bit different now and again. Man, the Sphinxes in this game remind me of Flash animations. Because you can see how disconnected that front arm is from the rest of it, and it looks so awkward when they attack. Like, pay attention to when the Sphinx attacks, and notice that the arm is completely disconnected from the body. And it looks so bad. Look at that. It looks so dumb. Those arms are glued onto that body. Do events get rerun? Not anymore. Not anymore. Events used to get rerun, then they stopped. And part of the reason was due to COVID exploding at the time, and the ability to work being heavily impacted. And then they just never started doing it again. However, for anyone that missed out on welfare servants are 4-star servants, kind of like this Tamamo no Mae caster, or cat Zerker. Why'd I say caster? So a 4-star servant like her, but you get it for free for completing an event. If you missed out on any events that gave out those servants, starting sometime after I put this guide out, you missed out on a lot. There's something called the Evocation Festival that was added to FGO and will eventually make its way to NA, which as of now, when I'm recording this, does exist. But what it is it is a chance for everyone that missed out on those servants to get them onto their account. And some of those servants are quite good. Some of them suck horribly and are worthless gameplay-wise, but you might want them anyway because you like the character or you just want to collect. And that's fine too. And the way it basically works is the game will start giving you a new material to spend on the Evocation Festival, and there will be little updates now and again where they will be added to the shop. You take those materials that you've been collecting, and you collect them passively through playing the game, doing events and stuff, so you don't got to worry about grinding super hard for them. And you spend them there for copies of that servant, additional copies to level their MP, their ascension materials, and servant coins, which I haven't really talked about in this playthrough. And I wish I didn't have to talk about, because servant coins suck. But, essentially, servant coins are something you're given for raising bond level, raising NP level, or for welfare servants, you purchase them in the shop of the event that they take place on. And servant coins can be used to level things called append skills, and be used to level your servant up beyond their max level. So, let's say I wanted to level Morgan past 90 because there's this nice level 100 Morgan right next to us, and I'd like a level 100 Morgan. Well, that's going to cost us Holy Grails, and then if I want to go any bit past that, it's going to cost us servant coins and Holy Grails. And as for append skills, everyone has one append skill that's incredibly useful, where if you level it, you spend servant coins to unlock it, and then you level it like any other skill with materials and QP. And if you get it all the way to 10, your servant starts with 20% NP charge the instant they hit the field. Just a free 20%. It's the most useful append skill out there. Every servant that you use consistently should get that eventually. And it's, like, insanely useful just because an extra 20% is a lot. Like, for example, an extra 20%, if you start with that 50% MP charge on a craft essence, and you have a 30% MP charging spell, like, oh, I don't know, Morgan's first spell, congrats, you're at 100%, and you get to save her second spell for an extra 20% on a future turn. Or to throw it on another servant and get them an MP to work with. But if you're completely new right now, you don't gotta worry about those servant coins for a fair bit of time, because you're just trying to get on your feet and, you know, begin walking before you have to start worrying about running. Might as well go over the more decent welfare servants to invest into. You know what? That's fair. So there are pretty fair few amount of welfare servants, right? Let's see. Here's a list of them. They are as follows. This is gonna be a lot, guys. The following servants are welfare servants, meaning they are given out on events and are generally 4-star. Elizabeth Bathory Halloween, Caster. Oda Nobunaga, Archer. Artoria Pendragon, Santa Altar. Rider. Artoria Pendragon, Lily, Saber. Ryogi Shiki, Assassin. Iris Veal, Caster. Sakata Kintoki, Rider. Skaha, Assassin. Boe von Einsburn, aka Kuro, Archer. Elizabeth Bathory, Brave. Saber. Joan d'Arc, Alter Santa Lily. Now that's a mouthful for you. Lancer. Cha-Cha, Berserker. Phoebe, Moon Cancer. Paul Bunyan, Berserker, also the only 1-star welfare. He's also quite good. Ishtar, Rider. Mecha Ellie-chan, Alter Ego. Mecha Ellie-chan Mark II, Alter Ego. Altera the Santa, Archer. Siegfried, or just Sieg, Caster. Sakamoto Ryoma, Rider. Joan d'Arc, Berserker, Alter. Shuten Doji, Caster, Quetzalcoatl, Samba Santa, Ruler, Prey, Assassin, Nagao Kagetora, Lancer, Katsushika Hokusai, Saber, Nightingale, Santa, Utsumi Eris, Lancer, Consort Yu, Lancer, Karna, Santa, Ichi Hogan, Assassin, Mysterious Idol, X-Alter, Foreigner, Leonardo da Vinci, Ruler, Elizabeth Bathory, Cinderella, Rider, Mysterious Ranmaru X, Avenger, Martha Santa, Caster, Taisui Xingjun, who is the most recent one on NA, Alter Ego, Thrud, Hilda, and Ortelinda, Assassin, the Valkyries. Io, Ruler, Nine Tattoo Dragon Elizabeth, Pretender, Setanta, Saber, Naknarea, Yarondo, Foreigner, Saika Magoichi, a Archer, Nemo Santa, Rider, and Miyamoto Iori, Saber. That's a lot of free servants when you get right down to it, eh? Quite a few, quite a few. So many Santas? Well, the game has been going for 10 years, so that's 10 Santas. Anyway, that's a really long list, so I'll list out the ones that are the best for you to level up, and the ones that aren't on the list are probably a bit weak. So, I would suggest leveling up Ryogi Shiki, Assassin, Sakata Kintoki, Rider, Chloe von Einsburn, Archer, Phoebe, Moon Cancer, Paul Bunyan, Berserker. I'm not sure if she's going to show up in Evocation Festival sometime soon. Zieg, Caster, Nightingale Santa, Archer, Martha Santa, Taisui Xingjun. Martha Santa's Caster, and Taisui Xingjun is Alter Ego. And Nemo Santa, whenever he comes out, is also quite good. Those are the best ones. I can also say that decently good ones are like Jeanne d'Arc Alter Berserker, Nagao Kagetora, Leonardo da Vinci Ruler. Those are also pretty solid, and the Valkyrie Assassins, Thrud, Hilda, or Ortelinda, are also pretty good. Those are like the best ones. There are also like some that are terribly weak, and I would suggest ever leveling. Well, level them, but don't worry about their skills or anything. You probably don't want to use them because they're that weak. I'll list out the super weak ones right now, the ones that you probably never ever want to use. Iris Veil. Iris Veil is probably the weakest of all of the welfare servants. The poor girl is... she got done dirty. She got done real dirty. Ilya's mom is pretty weak. Skaha Assassin, also incredibly weak. Elizabeth Bathory Brave. While she looks great, she has one skill that might as well not exist. It's that bad. Cha-Cha, despite being a 4-star Berserker, hits like a wet noodle. And if you're going to have a Berserker, you want them to hit slightly harder than a wet noodle. Ichi Hogan, Assassin, also quite weak. And yeah, that's like the bottom of the barrel ones. All of the rest of the servants that you can get are serviceable. They'll vary in the level of their usefulness, but they're serviceable. The ones that I mentioned that are good, and you should probably focus on them because you'll get some solid use out of them. The ones that I mentioned that are bad, you probably want to level up because they'll give you some SQ whenever you've got extra XP lying around or anything like that, and you're not actively using XP, QP, etc. But then probably ignore their skills and then ignore them from that point on for the most part. So, yeah. But still, in this list of, I don't know how many, 30 or so welfares, I'd say 23, 24 of them are pretty darn solid and quite usable. Oh, do they only give pure prisms at max level for the welfares? Oh, sorry for that bit of misinformation, guys.
Thank you!
Thank you, Black Gamer. Spin. Yeah. Well, pure prisms are still helpful because they at least give you access to materials you might not have access to normally. We are in the deserts of the Middle East. What the hell are wyverns doing? Good old part 1 Fate Grand Order. When in doubt, wyverns show up to attack you. What enemies should we add to this wyverns? Wyverns? Wyverns. In the desert? Desert wyverns. But they're green. Desert wyverns. That's why in very early Fate Go, there's a joke about Sasaki Kojiro, the 1-star assassin, being the savior of France, because at the time when Orleans came out, he was the best assassin in the game to play with. So, because wyverns would show up in large groups and they were all rider class, he was the best servant in general to go take on the wyvern fights. Japanese swordsman, the savior of France. Because his competition for assassins at that point in time was First Arm Hassan, who's actually legit competition, Steno, who sucks, Jinkei, who sucks, Charles Henry Sanson, who is probably the worst servant in the game, Phantom of the Opera, who is possibly the second or third worst servant in the game, Matahari, who sucks, and Carmilla, who's okay, but not great, and also a 4-star. So, so those were your options. Your options were 1 legit competition, suck, one legit competition, but you have to pull it from a 4. It's a 4-star that you would have to pull randomly. So instead, everyone was like, okay, I'll take my free 1-star and save France. Steno's beautiful? I never said she wasn't. You know what? Let's talk about why Steno is not good, because you seem to be misjudging. So Steno has never gotten an upgrade to any of her 3 skills. Despite all 3 of her skills, well, 2 out of 3 of her skills probably deserve an upgrade. She's a trophy wife, that's true. Her first skill has an 80% chance to drain an enemy's MP by 1. So, in modern day Fate Go, your skills that drain an enemy's MP, it just does it. It's not a chance, it just does it. And charges her MP by 27%. 27% is a really weird number. It's lower than it should be. It should be like at least 30, if not more. But, you know, year one Fate Go, they're experimenting with numbers. Her second skill has a chance, base of 100%, to charm one male enemy for one turn. Here's the problem. Charm skills nowadays don't care what gender you are, male, female, or unidentified, it has a chance to charm you. Most charm skills nowadays are AoE and will charm the entire enemy field. And on top of that, 100% can be resisted, even if it says 100%. So whatever a servant's debuff resistance is, and if they also add more debuff resistances to like their current buffs, one of your buffs can be buff resistant, then it has an even lower chance to hit. Or they can just be debuff immune and it just won't hit. Period. But the fact that all it does is maybe charm one male enemy for one turn means it's way weaker than modern day charm at this point in time. And then her third skill, her only good skill, increases the party's attack by 20% for 3 turns, and then further increases the attack of divine allies for 3 turns by another 20%. So it's a 40% attack boost for divine allies, which is solid. That one's pretty good. But her first 2 skills suck, and her Noble Phantasm, all it does is have a chance to instant kill a male enemy and lower their defense and remove some buffs. Doesn't even do any damage. And if it's not a male enemy, it just lowers defense and removes buff. Oh, right, it can also charm them if they're... Yes, there's that too. It's not good. It's just not good. The only thing that Stheno is ever good for in the game. Oh yeah, and it's a Buster NP, which makes it extra bad because now you can't chain like 3 quick to at least get some stars or 3 arts to charge NP. Instead, it's a Buster, which is bleh. Oh, what was that? You stopped my buffs? You nullify my buff? How dare? Alright, I fixed it. So the only compositions that Stheno ever works in are enemies that can, against male enemies, that you can lock down with charm, and you're running multiple servants that can spam charm and lockdown. Along with your main damage dealer ally being a divinity for extra bonus for her third skill. And let me tell you, there's not a great deal of fights that fit that criteria. Perfectly, at least. And it works. You can make it work. It's more of a haha funny I beat you with Stheno thing as opposed to being good. And generally, if you could do the clear with that composition, you could have done it with a different composition and done it better with that different composition too. And even more to the point, most bosses nowadays come with some sort, if they're a male servant and they're a saber or a berserker, come with some sort of immunity or heavy resistance charm specifically because of not Stheno, but her sister Uriel, who hits them like a nuclear missile with damage while also charming them, making her infinitely better than her sister Stheno. So yeah, poor Steno is...
私の後に続きなさい。
She's a meme. Always has been.
ではこうしよ
あまり悩ませないように。楽しくよく言いました。
う。無駄だ。
モルゴース。
I do wish they'd actually buff her. Like, I want every servant in the game to feel viable. Which would mean if I just look through the assassin list, Steno, Jinkei, Charles Henry Sanson, Phantom of the Opera, Mata Hari, Henry Jekyll and Hyde, I'll add Carmilla in, Hassan of the Hundred Faces, Shuten Doji, Hassan of the Serenity, Skaha Assassin, Cleopatra, Yanxing, Nido Chris Assassin, Mochizuki Chiyome, Kato Danzo, Oskabe Hime, Semi Remus, Ushiwakamaru Assassin, Consort Yu, Charlotte Corday, Okita J. Soji, Kichi Hogan, and Kashin Koji would all need buffs just from the assassin list. Maybe someday they'll get those buffs, guys. Maybe someday. Ah, damage range. Damn. Who are some of my favorite non-meta servants to use? I like Melt. I like Meltreless a lot, and she is definitely non-meta. But if we're talking like super non-meta, like almost nobody uses them, or if they have to be in super specific compositions, I do like running certain poison or curse comps, or even burden comps once in a while. They can be really interesting and entertaining if you have the servants to make them work. So, servants like Shuten Doji for poison comp, along with Locusta, who is currently not out on NA, is really neat. Or for curse stuff, you can do stuff like Balbanshi combined with Waver, combined with oh, why is my mind blanking? My mind is blank. My mind has blanked, I'm sorry. Their name will pop into my ear. But a 3-person composition specifically around cursing the enemy, increasing the damage they take from curse, yada yada. So, status effects compositions, I'd say, are not very meta, especially because so many bosses have some sort of immune status effects. It's not particularly uncommon for them to be like, hey guys, this boss is immune to being stunned or poisoned or cursed or burned or charmed, and now go fight him. Haha. So, if you like that kind of composition, unfortunately, in the future past Act 1 for Fate Go, they make it a lot harder to work. A lot harder. Van Gogh's another servant I like running when given the opportunity to. He's interesting. But I think I'd actually put Van Gogh kind of as a meta servant, because Van Gogh is quite strong. Oh, thank you, Chiyome. That was the one I was trying to think. Mochizuki Chiyome. Like, I could picture it in my head, and I was like, Miyu? But not Miyu? Or the curse composition works well. But yeah, despite the fact that Van Gogh is based around curse and stuff, she's actually very meta, even if you can't inflict curse on the enemies, because she's all about inflicting curse on herself more than anything. And she hits, like, once you've popped an NP or two with her and you get a crit, she hits really fucking hard. She's just like a Superman Orion with her cards. She is a absolute monster once you've got an NP off for the buffs. The Prisma Ilya characters. You know, I got a great team for Artoria, 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 and Artoria. It's great composition. Unfortunately, it's also a very meta composition to run 3 Artorias. Because Caster Artoria, and then like Berserker Artoria, for example. Congrats, your 3 Artoria meta composition. Burn memes with Yang Guifei? I don't have Yang Guifei, and the reason I don't is because she functions like Robin Hood, where you want her to be NP5 to... You kind of need her to be NP5 to capitalize on the burn stacks. And she's a 5-star that needs that, which feels ooey. Feels gross. That being said, if you have her at MP5 and you are doing burn stacking, it's really strong. I've seen videos of people getting up to like 500,000 damage per turn stacks with Yang Guifei compositions. And 500k a turn's a lot. That's a hefty hit. Boop, boop. Or heck, I guess other, slightly meta, but also non-meta comps are free-to-play comps. I tend to run when Challenge Fests come out just to show chat, hey guys, you not have the meta servants? No problem, these free-to-play servants can do it with a struggle. It'll be a struggle, but they'll get it done. Look, chat, it's the gorilla. Behold Gawain, gatekeeper of Camelot. Okay, that's pretty low damage from Morgan. Ow. Very ow. You can see why he is the gatekeeper.
どこから潰したも暗き水よく言いました。来たれ。それは絶えず見た滅びの夢。
Anyway, this guy made many a people cry when Camelot first came out. That's for sure.
逃がすものか。やっと血がたぎってきたのに終わりだなんて。いつの世も反乱分子は物足りませんね。
Alright, so the fact that our high damage Morgan did very little to it might be slightly concerned. Gaslight Gatekeep Gorilla Boss.
新しい生活が始まります。優れたマスターには幸運がついて回ると言います。小さなことからコツコツと
Oh yeah, you're not supposed to
です
beat
ね。
that fight.
一歩一歩着実に前進してい
However,
きましょう。
when we are supposed to beat him in a fight, it's looking a little bit like the Morgan might not get the job. Just a tiny bit. But we'll see. Maybe Arjuna Alter is... Let's see. Now, for anyone wondering, the absolute best servant that you can get on a brand new account to face Gawain if he's causing you trouble is 3-star Archer Uriel. Show up in the friend point, gotcha.
任せなさい。
That
ふさわ
free
しい
servant
敵で
thing.
あれば容赦なく。
ではこうしよう。つまらん仰せの通り。無駄だ。無駄だ。
Catboy Juno.
計
Yep.
略だ。簡単すぎる。午前の光よ。いざ真正
Ow.
面。いざ真正面。
Ow. That hurts, sir.
数学歴史
あまり悩ませない手に入らないの。
Alright, let's see how much he does.
倫理学出席率世界は学びに満ちているならば今こそ人は学ぶ時知識こそが悪を断つマハープラーヤ
Oh, that was pretty solid
ケアレス
damage.
ミス
Crit.
追試開始一斉奏者
Hey, there we go. You've got
その
this.
呼吸を乱す。炎よ。
Ah,
立つべし。
so much damage.
さて、どこから潰したもの。
ではこうしよう。
Yeah.
ステータスアップ。まだステータスアップ。これで耐えます。
Everybody salute Mash. She's about to make the ultimate sacrifice for us.
不勉強落第
この剣は太陽の写しみ。あらゆる不浄を清める穂村のかげろう。エクスカリバーガラティー。ここまでか。あとを頼む。
ダメ。
Rip.
目を背けないで。いい判断。
宇宙を学びましょうか
逃がすものか許すものか
And look, that was like 99% accomplished by my friend support. I barely had to lift a finger. I could have run in there with nothing but level 1 servants with taunt and completed that like that. By the way, that Nightless buff he has, the little icon he had under him that looks like a holy grail, I believe it increases his damage resistance by 50% for the whole duration of the fight. But either way, look, we got through Gawain, and that's, you know, even that first Gawain fight is considered kind of a bit of a wall for progress for newer players.
楽しくなるでしょいいはよく言いました展開します
And our own ability to deal damage basically mattered 0%.
そういい
All we
で
did
し
was
ょ
support
私の足元で許しを乞いなさい
a friend servant and let them do the work for us.
ロードレスキャメロット
But if you're really having trouble with
分
that,
断する
if you're really having trouble with that, my best suggestion to you is to focus on leveling up Uriel because, and I kind of might want to do it later just to show, Uriel will hit him
式はこうして
probably even harder than that level 120 Arjuna altar.
よくいい判断ですそれは絶えず見た滅びの夢最果てにありながら
A level 70 Uriel will probably deal more damage than that level 120 Arjuna altar. I'm not even kidding. When I say she is like a nuclear missile against male sabers, I mean that shit. She is insanely good against male sabers or berserk. Her damage output is crazy. Similar damage? No, she'll out damage him. I'm pretty darn certain of it. If you have the proper support, she'll just one-shot him. 50% resistance or not. Like, if you were to have two Caster Artorias support her, who are and Caster Artoria is the best art support in the game, she'd just one-shot him with a single NT and you move on with your day.
死になさい内側から終わる
I mean, Uriel is so good, I grailed her to 90. But she earned it.
いい目を背けないでそういいでしょう私の足元で許しを乞いなさい落ちよロードレスキャメロット手に入らないのならいい目を背けないで
Uriel, Slayer of the Gorilla.
そういいでしょう私の足元で許しを乞いなさい落ちよロードレスキャメロット
Now, I will say, if you're just kind of sprinting to the end like this, then obviously, slight issue of gathering experience and whatnot to up your. But I guess I'll take 1 second. If you're having trouble and you need XP, what you want to do is you go to the terminal, you click Caldia Gate, you go to Daily Quests, and then you go to Ember Gathering, which is at the top, and you get the highest level 1. And then you clear that, and that'll get you the most amount of XP cards that you can possibly get. So we'll do it once, just to show it off. And remember, if you want to use a friend support servant's noble phantasm, they have to be on your friends list and not just on your follow list.
簡単に終わらないように。よく言いました。いい判断です。逃がすものか。
Oh, slightly too.
逃がすものか。いい判断です。目をよく言いました。逃がすものか。魔女ですので。アコーロ。
Until the change happens, yes. Whenever the change does happen and you're able to just use support servants MPs anyway, you don't have to have them on your friends list. You can just grab any old servant on the list and use them to full effectiveness. I'm assuming that change is going to come to NA at this anniversary. More than likely, at least. Oh, and one thing I want to say, if you look at the top where it says Battle 3 out of 3, and behind that you see a treasure chest with a number, if you go to the menu, right under your portrait, you can click Items Dropped and see what items have dropped. Look at that. We've got 6 5-star experience cards. Together with the mighty chain then? Yeah, probably. The nice thing is that NA gets quality of life upgrades much sooner in relative to the game's age than Japan did. If you're wondering, Thor, what the hell does that mean? It means that whereas if Japan got a quality of life upgrade in 2022, year number 8 of the game being live in their server, then NA typically gets it in like year number 6, at most year number 7 of the game being live in their server. So 1 to 2 years earlier than Japan would have gotten in comparison. And look, we got all this 5-star experience. And 5-star experience is a lot of experience, especially if, you know, you're correlating to the same class. And also in here, in the daily quests, you can do these training grounds, which are for monuments and gems, which are used for your ascension and skill leveling, respectively. And you can also farm QP here, which is used for, well, upgrading everything. It's just in-game currency that's used for stuff all the time. So anytime you're low on something like that, you can always come here into the daily quests and get stuff that way. So if you were in need of experience to level up, say, Uriel, like I was suggesting earlier, then that's where you go, for the most part, and you'll get what you need. Alright, let's get back into Camelot after that brief interlude. Camelot's map theme is... Do you have any other questions, chat? Any other...
ふさわしい敵であれば容赦なく。
クー
さてどこから潰したもの。
ではそうしよう。クー
宝具を目を背けないで。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。
I take that as a no.
希望もなく何人も通るにあたわず。死になさい。死になさい。
How far is it to catch up? Well, to truly catch up, you have to pretty much be complete with several of the lost belts in part 2. The nice thing is that part 1.5, you typically don't have to do any of that, and are often not required to be completed to play an event. Catching up means you're able to participate in whatever the current events are, and in order to not spoil people on important story beats, they lock events behind. You have to have played through, I don't know, Lost Belt 2, for example, on the current event on NA. So that would be caught up. Caught up would be you're able to participate in the event. Now, some events aren't going to have that requirement, and you'll just be able to play them if you've completed Fuyuki, the tutorial. But anytime an event is going to feature a character from like a prominent story character from one of the Part 2 Lost Belt storyline, and it's going to give some sort of like development to them or anything like that, that's when you're going to have a situation where trying to play is going to be a problem when you're new, and you need to be caught up. That's where the catch-up becomes something that rears its ugly head. So, being caught up is just, as close as possible to the current story, main story release as possible. Ow. Damn, Waver took a hell of a hit there. What a crit. What are my 3 sizes? 179, 22, 87. The most hourglass figure ever, baby.
Guess who has the thumbs and just got 10,000 bits to annoy streamers with this guy?
Ah, Crusher Mock, thank you. For being a pirate. A pirate. I salute you, Crusher Mock. Level 120 NP5 Arjuna Altar certainly does damage. All the damage in the world. That was a good find to add to our follow list. Vic Nugent was added if Hiko's caster would be too OP since he has the laws of motion?
不
Nah.
満はありません。むしろ上がります。いい判断です。目を背けないで逃がすものか。死になさい。内側から追われる。
This game power scales to nerf, you know, what the power level of a servant should be all the time.
モルゴース。
For example, it should be impossible to ever summon a divine existence. But the game, you know, the game found some loophole cheats that they can say and be like, nah, we can do it because we feel like people will buy these servants. Therefore, here's Tosaka Rin. But the goddess Ishtar is inhabiting her body. She's in essentially a bikini. Go pay money for her.
あまり悩ませないように。
And you know what? They were correct. People paid money for her. As they should.
よくいい目を背けないで死になさい。召し上げましょう。許すものか。無礼者。諦めなさい。
No one got nerfed when Gil be the last one standing?
さ
No, actually, because of a couple of servants that do exist.
暗き目をいい判断で
There are, I think, 3, maybe 4 servants that actually
神戸を
should
垂れ
beat Gilgamesh.
恐怖は希望もなく何人も通るにあたわず分断する許す者か多く人の雲よ
If we were going by what their conceptual power level should be, Ryogi Shiki Saber, aka Void Shiki, should conceptually be completely unbeatable. She has complete reality controlling abilities. She actually has access to close to the root, and the root is, you know, Fate Grand Order. It's the Fate universe's equivalent of having root access on a computer. But she has death lines, that's regular Ryogi Shiki. Void Shiki has actually glimpsed at the root and gotten access. How far are we into Camelot? Section 6 out of 17, 18?
出陣します私の後に続きなさい
So we're about a third of the way through.
手に入らないの
ではこうではこうしよ
宝具を
うつまらん
展開しましょう慈悲だ神戸を垂れよ恐怖は希望もなく
So
何人も
here, just going a little bit into the lore of Fate. There is one guy, one human, who has succeeded in reaching access to the root. And he spends all day, every day of his entire existence looking through every conceptual existence of the planet and trying to find the best possible one and forcing our reality onto that path line. Just having access to the root allows him to see the infinite multiverse and observe it from... Basically, it'd be like if all of history of the entire universe, from the moment the universe began to the moment the universe ends, was put into a book, and he could just, like, flip the pages and see the entirety of it and understand it all within a couple seconds. And he has that for every universe that can conceptually exist. And that's just for minor access to the root. Meanwhile, Void Shiki is essentially the root itself in a physicalized form, with all the powers that would come with that.
我が進化よ。玉座の支度はできている。さて、どこから潰したの？
ではこうしよ
くらいい判断です。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖はな、希望もなく、何人通るにあたわず。死になさい。
It's funny whenever that guy makes an appearance in any of the Fate, like, storylines or writing, it's literally him just sitting there looking through whatever is going on or whatever might go on in some sort of parallel universe and being like, well, that universe was going pretty well, but then, well, they nuked themselves. Magic got discovered and then got completely wiped out in a war. That's not going to work. The gods, the age of the gods never ended in this one, and it looked pretty okay, but everyone's too dependent on the gods, so that's not going to work. That one stagnated and there's no progress. That ain't going to work. Oh, this one was doing really well. Ah, the great spider woke up and the entire planet got annihilated. That's not going to work. Literally, that's like all he does. That's his whole existence now, because he's trying to perfect the reality of the world. You know? Secret is that perfection's impossible, so he's never, ever, ever going to be satisfied. For the entire rest of eternity, that's... An editor for the author of realities? Sort of.
終わらせましょう。テスト。
ではクーザ
簡単に終わらないように。目に映る
Like I said, they're pretty much desperately trying to find the perfect reality, and then because he has access to the root, he just forces that reality to become the reality. Because in Fate, every possibility that ever happens ever technically exists, but the ones that lead to dead ends, either a stagnation of progress or the end of the world or stuff like that, get removed from reality and instead just become offshoot what-ifs. In fact, that's what the Lost Belts in Part 2 are. That's what the story is. Something like, what if a nuclear winter overtook the planet? What if the Age of the Gods never ended? What if this? What if that? And then you get to see why wouldn't that work and why didn't that reality work.
倫理規律。
目を背けないで。
世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープララヤ。不勉強。
犠牲が少なければ
It'd be like,
それでも勝利
think of it this way, chat. It'd be like this. Imagine trying to do a perfect no-hit run of Elden Ring that's also the best speed run ever at the same time. And also a 100% achievements completion. It's conceptually possible for that to happen, but the odds of all the stuff that you would need to do absolutely perfectly, never taking a single hit, never taking a single misstep, doing every fight 100% perfect, picking up every item as quickly as possible, going the optimal route, making sure you don't miss any tricks, first timing every single one, making sure every single step is perfect. Think of the amount of infinite attempts that would take before you got it. Like, you could spend your entire life and be the best Elden Ring player that ever did live and still not achieve that.
宇宙を学びましょうか。世界は学びに満ちている。
And you can use that for any decently, like,
知識こそが悪を断つ
Complex subject. Complex thing to complete.
より良い未来
But I thought I'd use Elden Ring because Elden Ring is still relatively recent. A fuck ton of people have played it, and most people understand that Elden Ring's kind of difficult. And while there have been some no-hit runs that have been completed, it was not without a lot of difficulty. And then you add all that other stuff on top of it that I did to make it a perfect run, and also make it so you have to do all achievements and pick up all items and yada yada, etc., etc. That's what that guy's trying to do. He's trying to make he's trying to find the perfect, everything perfect, nothing ever went wrong reality.
テスト出席確認
目を背けないで
Which,
ケ
hey,
アレスミス
conceptually, it should be possible with infinite realities at hand.
死になさい
But because there's infinite realities, that also means it's going to take an infinite amount of time to sort through them, and your odds of finding that one that you're looking for gets infinitely smaller by every second.
ではクーザ
ほう目を背けないで
So it's a little bit of a catch-22, you know?
神戸を垂れよ恐怖は希望もなく何人も通るにあたわず
How do you get skins currency? What are you talking about?
現代数学倫例
よく言いました
世界は学びに満ちているならば今こそ人は学ぶ時知識こそが悪を断つマハープラーヤ
最上に近い勝利
The mats you need to unlock them? Give me... We'll go to the shop real quick and take a quick peek. Then I'll answer.
ダヴィンチちゃんの素敵な工房にようこそ。今日は何がお望みかな？
Dressmaker.
いらっしゃいませ。
Oh, well, this is just dressmaking, which costs
最高品質のレイの
maybe under
ようこ
enhance.
そダヴィンチちゃんの今日からぼへ。
If you mean this where it says key required, well, I think... Oh, you meant the yellow cubes over in the shop.
ダヴィンチちゃんの素敵な工房にいらっしゃい
Okay,
ませ。
so you'll see,
当店が扱う
this is how you
服
get the keys
は最高
required
品質のレイのみ。
for those outfits in the first
皆
place, and
様
then
方
you
の
can
ご融
unlock
資
them.
をさらに引き立てること間違いなしです。
Let's see. Decide. Rare prisms. Rare prisms you get for burning a 4-star or higher servant by going
まだ見て
to
いくか
shop,
い？結
going
構
to
私も針
sell,
取り返しはつか
selecting
ない
said
もの
servant, and then
だ。
burning
扱い
it.
には気をつけて。
Then you will get a rare prism. Rare prisms are luxury items that you're probably not going to be getting a whole lot of for a little bit of time. You'll also get them from certain events. We'll give them out to you here and there. So, for the time being, especially when you're new, rare prisms aren't going to be a thing. After you've established yourself a little bit more, and when you've learned, like, oh, this 4-star servant's not that good, if I get another copy of them, I don't care about raising their MP because I'm not using them
出陣
anyway.
します
I'll just get a rare prism
私の
instead.
後に続きなさい
ではクーザ
さてどこから潰したくらよく言いました
つまらん
I mean, that's how I get mine.
それは絶えず見た滅びの夢最果てにありながら鳥は
I'll keep one copy of that servant, but if I'm well aware that said servant is not particularly strong,
逃がすものか
and I get another copy of them, like, I have a copy of Steno. If another Steno comes along, I'm not raising that MP level. That worthless, garbage, terrible NP. I'm just selling that Steno and getting myself a, another copy. Oh shit, Mordred. Boy, I hope he one-shot her, because this could hurt if it doesn't.
手に入らないの
Actually, no, we'll make sure it doesn't hurt.
まだステータスアップまだ倒れません。
倫理規律
From reruns of events on dupe welfare servers or from dupe dresses.
真に大切なものを
Again, Zaraji, even as a free-to-play player, you'll have times where 4-star servants will show up more than once for you, and you'll realize said 4-star servant is just weak.
不勉強追試開始一斉奏者
Or if you're like me, you might have one 4-star servant that stalks you like Ibaraki Doji and have 14 copies of her over the course of playing. You get a bunch of rare prisms from that. I've never pulled on a banner with Ibaraki Doji on raid up, but boy do I get 14 copies of her. But if you're a new player, then I wouldn't worry about rare prisms too much. Most of the stuff that you can get with rare prisms is luxury, completely optional, and stuff you don't need to worry about.
どこから潰したものかすべて見つめますよろしい目に映るもの目を背けないでそれは絶えずに
Oh, reruns at this point in time are skipped entirely. Reruns don't happen anymore.
鳥は明日をなんでしょうロードレスキャメロ死になさい
ケアレスミス
Oh, nice crit. How you get casual clothes Astolfo then? Like I said, when you get 4-star servant extra copies and you know that 4-star servant isn't one you're using or gonna use, you just throw them in the fire.
現代数学
There's no way I'm gonna need this
ステー
swap.
タスアップまだステータスアップこれで耐えます
倫理で規律世界は学びに満ちている
Oh, green cubes? Oh, that's easy. Those are mana
知
prisms.
識こそが悪を断つ
It might seem like you need a lot, but mana prisms
ケアレスミ
are a
ス
dime a dozen.
不勉強
I literally think I have close to like a million mana prisms on my accounts.
より良い明日
When you're completely new, you'll feel like mana prisms are
人
something
の
you
欲
need.
に再現はなし
But let me show you really easy ways to get them. Like the absolute easiest way to get mana prism. Past this screen. Okay, you go to the shop.
いらっし
You
ゃい
go to the burning.
取り返しはつかないものだ扱いには気
You
を
go
つけて
grab
ね
a servant. Notice that if you burn this 3-star servant, you get 1,000 QP and 3 mana prisms. Notice that if you burn this 3-star XP, you get 1 mana prism. If you burn a 4-star XP, 1 mana prism. A 5-star, 1 mana prism. If you burn a 1-star servant, no mana prisms. You burn a 2-star servant. I could have somewhere lying around here. I'll unlock one just to show. There, Gareth. No mana prisms. So 3-star or above, you get mana prisms for. And you may be thinking, but I need that XP, don't I? Well, guess what? All this 3-star XP, you see all this 3-star XP? You see it, you see it, you see it? Into the fire it goes. It's fucking worthless. Get out of here.
まだ見ていくかい結構
Get out of here.
私も
It's
張り合いがあるっ
garbage.
てものさ
The mana prisms are worth more than that, because the 3-star XP gives you very little. Hey, you see this 3-star XP? Get out of here. You see this 3-star Boudica? Get the fuck out of here. I'd rather have the Mana Prisms. So anytime that you go over to summon, do a friend point summon, reminder, this automatic burning where you can burn XP, bows, craft essences. If you burn all the XP, which once you've finally started leveling up your servants and you notice that 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star XP gives you almost nothing, then you just do this, and you get Mana Prisms out of it. And you can burn CEs for Mana Prisms as well. And there, let's do a draw. And then if you got some 3-star servants that are already MP5, which will absolutely happen after some enough friend point summons, then you can burn the extra copies of those and get more Mana Prisms. If you complete quests, you get more Mana Prisms. Mana Prisms are super duper duper easy to come by. It's only when you are absolutely brand new that it seems like you need a bunch and you don't know where to get them. But after playing for a very short period of time, you will easily have enough Mana Prisms to do anything that requires them. And look, we're just throwing summons around. Ew, it's Dearmid. Oh, the savior of France. Dearmid's really, really weak. He might just go in the fire and become Mana Prisms. Don't tempt me, chat. I'm mad with power right now and the desire to light things on fire. I can't be stopped. Oh, look. Salome. She's not particularly good. Oh, look, Jason. He's actually, unfortunately, pretty solid. I say unfortunately because he's kind of a dick.
Saber, what?
But notice how many 10 friend point summons I can do right now, and all I've done is do the main quest. That's it. Hey, Asterios, there we go. I'm happy. That's who I wanted to see. Boo. Let me see, how many more friend points do I got? I got enough for 50 more summons, easy. That's not even counting the daily free one. Got any foes throw into you? Have one. Here you go, Your Majesty. Plus 10 HP. Will I be able to send you? Oh, I don't got feather. I'm actually going to go level up Asterios right now because I am 100% going to use him in the future. For anyone that knows, know exactly what for. One that doesn't know, you know, buckle up to when we get there.
Here, we find a gadget. Addict in its natural habitat, watch as it teaches its young how to obtain a vital resource.
Thank you for that.
With associated statues,
oh, it's still going.
Also known as wafers.
Why was the voice so scuffed in that? Yes, you should feed your Morgan your... Oh, and hey! Hold on. If you go to the shop, there is a tab specifically for exchange Mana Prisms. You see this? The Lantern of Chaldea? That's good. Skip that. You see these summon tickets? You get to summon with those. Those are good. Look, you can get 3-star foes and both HP and attack. And if you buy the full set of 20 for each of those, that is enough to get to 1,000, 1,000 on one servant. ETS monster thing is kind of ass. It does seem to be kind of ass. Maybe I'll see if I can set up something else for it. As for these code openers, you're not going to really have to worry about them as a completely new player. Those are extra stuff for when your account's more established. But this is where you get foes to level up your attack and defense. Extra XP cards. See all that stuff?
まだ見ていくかい?
Why is there over 1 year as the remaining time and not just unlimited? Because there are some things that are over 1 year but not unlimited time. They have existed in the past and probably exist in the future, and they decided to just roll that all together. Day I learned, yep. Only one bond releaser? There's only one bond releaser to start with on the mana prism side. Rare prisms will get you more of them. See where they're starting to throw the nickels and dimes and stuff. But you also get them for events and celebration times. Like we'll get them for anniversary celebrations. There's ways to get them. On JP, I've got like 40 stocked up right now. And trust me, you do not go through them very fast. It takes a lot to go from Bond 10 to 11, and then even more from 11 to 12, etc. That was a well-timed Wilhelm scream.
やっと血がたぎってきたのに終わりだなんていつの世も
Story of a Wolf. If you mean that craft essence in there, you can kind of ignore that one. That one's not. They are, but I believe that one is master level experience along with QP. Which isn't the greatest because it splits between the two rather than focusing on the one, so it gives half and half. I guess I'll have to go dive into the shop one more time and show you the ones that are really worth it.
展開しましょう。そう、いいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。
By the way, if you're like, Thor, I thought you said that Morgan and Arjuna Alter are basically as good as each other. They are. The reason we're using this Arjuna Alter is this one's level 120 compared to the 100 Morgan. This one's also MP5, so, you know, both of those things stack pretty aggressively with each other to make him stronger. Here, if we go to shop and we go to the rare prism shop.
ダヴィンチちゃんの素敵なレアとつくのには訳がある。
Oh, look, there you go. This even tells you about rare prisms. Receive this in addition to mono prisms when you sell or burn a 4 or 5-star servant. This does not apply to Ember of Wisdom or servants that cannot be summoned. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, in the rare prism shop, the main reason for this shop to exist is to do give you the ability to unlock craft essences that no longer are available, that were special event stuff, and specifically, you should definitely get these main interludes here. Seraph main interlude and this Merry Christmas in the Underworld main interlude. Those are top priority, main interlude stuff. If it says main interlude, definitely get it. But here you can see Lantern of Chaldea, which lets you release bond limits. These beast footprints are a waste of rare prisms, so unless you're rich on rare prisms, I wouldn't do it. Code removers, same thing. Crystallized lore, same thing. Meteor foes, same thing. If you're rich on them, then I would probably focus on like the lores and the bows, I guess. Friend points, never spend a rare prism on friend points. That's stupid. Friend points, dude, I have 1 billion friend points. Trust me, you'll get enough. No. Okay, so this one, Gran Cavallo, is solid. It'd be nice if I could actually see it and what it does, but Gran Cavallo is a bond-gaining CE that's pretty good. Chaldea Dinner Time also fits. Where's the really good ones, though? There you go, all the Statesmen. I think this is how you get Bunyan. All Bunyan. Bella Lisa is very good for QP. Chaldea Tea Time. This is the absolute best bond-gaining craft essence to equip to your support servants and grab off of a support servant. If it's equipped on one of your main servants that you bring into a quest rather than a support, you get a much lower return on the bond. But on the if you grab it from a support servant, then it's really good. The best one to equip onto a servant that you bring in yourself is gonna be down here somewhere. Eventually. There it is, Chaldea Lunchtime. This is the absolute best bond-gaining craft essence in the entire game when it comes to equipping and going in with your own servants. This is your top priority craft essence for gaining bond in the entire game, period. Straight up. It is nothing but bond gain. I have this on one servant on every single quest I do, except for really, really hard bosses. So, Chaldea Lunchtime, that's your top interest, followed by probably Chaldea Tea Time, and then Gran Cavallo. And then if you really want a QP gain, then you want Mona Lisa rather than Bella Lisa for your own servants, because Mona Lisa gives you more when bringing on your own. Bella Lisa gives you more when bringing on a support servant. But that's if you need QP. So those are your like top priority stuff. Would be those CEs and the recollection quests and main interludes, that kind of stuff. Main interludes especially.
まだ見ていくかい?
And
Okay.
you will get rare prisms over time. I do not sweat it when you're new. Don't worry about it. Just trust me on that. Keep it as a thing in the back of your head to think about down the line when eventually you get a second copy of a Steno or something like that, and you're like, oh, well, that servant I'm not going to use anytime soon. Therefore, let's get a rare prism.
4月、新しい生活が始まります。優れたマスターには幸運がついて回ると言います。ふと、
Your prisms are to be hoarded? Not really.
ダヴィンチちゃんのステ
You're going to be getting a bunch of pure prisms over the course of this. You can use it to grab some materials that you need to ascend or level a skill or something like that. I would focus on using them for like ascension at most at the moment. They're best for accessing. Do not use them on monuments or gems or any shit like that. Ignore using them on this stuff at the very bottom. Because those things are very easy to get. However, they give you access to materials that you yourself will not be able to farm until you have completed, say, one of the Lost Belts, like, say, this Egg of Truth. If you have a servant that requires these Eggs of Truth, you cannot start farming those at all until you defeat Lost Belt 4. So if you're like, this servant that I have needs these, and this servant that I have is super good, maybe it's worth the investment of your pure prisms for this right now, because Lost Belt 4 is kind of far out. It's pretty far away. Or the Scales of Fantasy don't show up till Lost Belt 6, for example. You'll kind of have to look up the materials and when they show up and then make the decision for yourself. All the stuff in the very beginning, for the most part, like Proof of Hero, Evil Bone, Dragon Fang, Void Dust, Fool's Chain, etc., in these early bit, are usually easier to get and not too far out. Poison of a Deadly Poisonous Needle is in 1.5, Mystic Spinal Fluid, Stake, 1.5, Mystical Gunpowder, Lost Belt, in Lost Belt 1, Small Bell of Absolution in Lost Belt 6. So you're gonna have to do a little bit of homework yourself on how to get the items, and then decide on whether the pure prisms are worth it or not. But there's tons and tons and tons of resources, whether on Wiki or you can just straight up go to like the like subreddit for Fate Grand Order is going to have a bunch of resources posted that you can use. Like there's material item calculators, there's item drop rates and where to find them, and it'll give you like the top 5 best places to farm an item. There's all kinds of resources out there. And Google Docs that you can look into, you know? But if you are currently where I am in the game, like Camelot, if you're like watching along in the future on a VOD or something, and trying to play along at a similar pace to where I'm at, don't worry about it too much right now. Your own strength matters so much less than the strength of whatever support you're bringing with you. For all intents and purposes, your servants do not really matter, and their skills don't need to be leveled yet. We finally got to the point where level 100 Morgan at a lower MP level is struggling to kill stuff, so the level 120 Arjuna Altar at the max MP level will do it for us. And that's why I looked specifically for a strong Morgan and a strong Arjuna Altar. I got really lucky with finding the strongest Arjuna Altar I could. Oh, by the way, Blue Bomber, you're talking about getting a level 100 Morgan. I would hold off on that. Level 90 is perfectly fine, and you don't need to be level 100. I would just focus on beefing up your account and making it a little bit more robust.
そういいでしょう私の足元で許しを乞いなさい落ちよロードレスキャメロット
Not only does it take grails, but leveling from 90 to 100 is going to take you a lot of XP. And QP. Like, all that stuff is luxury stuff. It's stuff to start thinking about after you felt like your account's caught up. What? What the hell did you just send? It was too quiet, damn it. Sorry, Crusher Mock, I missed it. Turn that down a little bit. A couple more stars might help. Sound effects I didn't have listed? Oh shit. Been playing since day one. Still haven't leveled anyone to level 100. Yeah. Yes, it is a grail for every 2 levels past 90. So it will be 5 grails to get from 90 to 100. And then it's the same thing going from 100 to 120, but the difference is leveling from 100 to 120 costs all the XP. All of it. How much XP do you have? It costs all of it. I have my Morgan at level 120, so I know what I'm talking about when I say it costs all of the XP to go from 100 to 120. I think I went through over 1,000 5-star XP cards to get from 100 to 120. Over 1,000 5-star.
よくいい判断です。逃がすものか。逃がすものか。モルゴース。
Wait, hold on. Volume level. Let's do that.
いい判断です。逃がすものか。
計略だ。無駄だ。
This tutorial might be the thing to get you to start playing FGO. Well, I'm doing this as in-depth as I can while still touching and focusing mainly on important stuff, which I think is very helpful for someone that feels like getting started in a game they'd be infinitely behind. You know what? I'm making exactly what I said fighting game players need to make. They need to make a really, really, really in-depth tutorial and actually teach you how to play the game beyond just doing combos. And I'm doing exactly that right now. I'm teaching you how to actually catch up. How much time is left on the Morgan banner? Good question. I'm not 100% sure.
最上に近い勝利だ。戦う前に勝つくらいでなければ。
Here, let's see. Summon till 410, so a couple days left. Couple of days left. And hey, you know how I said you guys don't need to like relaunch accounts or anything like that? If the current Braid Up banner is a really good servant like Morgan, you know, one of those top 5, top 6 servants that I said you should go for, you know, maybe doing some restarts until you get her is worth it. Especially because Castor Artoria is coming out in about a month after this banner. Want her too. So getting Morgan really easily and then saving up for the Castor Artoria, now, whoo, that's a good start in my book, baby. Alternatively, if you guys are wondering what the absolute best times to become a new player in Fate Grand Order is, the absolute most helpful times are during the anniversary event and during the New Year's event, because they will just vomit materials and bonuses and stuff straight into your mouth. Like you're a baby bird waiting to be fed.
では報酬
さてどこから潰したものか。ほう目をよく言いました。それは
Please, I'm a poor new player and I need materials. Here you go, child.
鳥は明日を歌うでしょう。ロードレス、キャメロット。死になさい。消えなさい。無礼者。諦めなさい。
Yeah, when I started my JP account, it was during an anniversary event, because that's the absolute best time, like the most convenient time you can possibly join, and do resets of your account until you get something that feels good to start with, because they give you bunch of extra materials and stuff. So you can just be like, okay, with all this extra stuff, here's a pool here and a pool there. I didn't get anything worth anything. Restart. Stuff like that. And honestly, I didn't even do a whole lot of restarts for my account. I was like, okay, I'll spend what I've got, and if I get at least one thing that's good, I'll work with it. And I got one thing that was good after a couple tries. I got a Skaha Scotty to work with my brand new account, because she was on Raid Up at the time.
楽しくなるでしょう。目に映るもの。暗き湖よ。
Astolfo's penis is delicious.
Reset for that sweet, sweet nectar.
Thank you for the 69 bits,
そ
Flint.
れは絶えず見た滅びの
That sweet, sweet nectar.
最果てにありながら鳥は明日を歌うでしょう。ロードレス、キャメロット。
ケアレスミス。
よくいい判断です。逃がすものか。
判断。
現代歴史。倫理規律。
よく言いました。
世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。
Oh, another very good reason to start during an anniversary or a New Year's event is once you have a start that you're pretty happy with, you can then also do the GSSR pool, and if you're willing to throw some money into it, you can guarantee a 5-star to go with whatever you start with. And generally it's from a list that's much narrowed down and gives you a much better chance of getting a good one. In fact, sometimes the banners are just, here's 5 good servants. All of them are good to grab. You should be happy no matter what you get. But that's only if you're willing to pay money. If you're not willing to pay money and you want to be completely free to play, you can just ignore that and continue on your way. I will keep pounding my fist into the table to make sure everyone knows you do not need the meta 5-star servants to do everything. It makes it a lot faster, it makes it a lot easier, but they're not necessary. And specifically when we get to another fight against Gawain, I think I'll just level up a Uriel and use her. Just to prove it. I'll borrow one meta servant from a friend to support her, and then she'll murder the gorilla. That being said, it'd be nice if we could find a couple more copies of her, get her to a higher MP level than just one. Which, when it comes to friend point servants, usually isn't too hard, but does come down to a bit of luck. And like I said before, you can actually like go onto YouTube, search FGO account, something like that. And there are people that have channels dedicated specifically to everything in the game. And then you can just copy whatever they did and be like, hey, so this works if you do it. I think Morgan would destroy the Camelot singularity if she saw the character. No. Because Morgan Le Fay's entire motivation has always been, I want to rule Britain. And potentially destroying part of the planet doesn't really coincide with that. Stealing strats, yeah, exactly. Why wouldn't you? If you're watching this playthrough right now, you should be stealing strats. Look guys, just start your account, pull Morgan at the very start, and then use nothing but Morgan. I don't see how it's that hard, guy. I mean, I could take her out of the party and throw someone else. Doesn't. Like, if it wasn't her, it would have been Tamamo Cat standing there instead. Who is also a Berserker and AoE and would be basically doing the same thing, just slightly. Or alternatively, I just throw another support there, like if I had Hans Christian Andersen, 2 supports to buff up whatever our damage dealer is and help him charge his NP as fast as possible. Or mash. You know, mash works too.
倫理出席確認世界は学びに満ちているならば今こそ人は学ぶ時知識こそが悪を断つマハプラーヤ
Like heck, I should have proven in a couple of these fights that Mash is definitely a good servant, because just the ability to bring her in and say, this, my damage dealer can't die now, and Mash will take the hit instead, is really good. It's really, really strong. Just by being able to do that, let alone the other stuff she does. She has a good MP, she has a good set of skills. There it is. Well, Morgan is a MILF. That's just a fact, not even an opinion. Been tricked.
最上に近い勝利。戦う前に勝つくらいでなければ。
Bamboozled. Schmeckeldorfed.
Camelot.
Servants would look at Gouda with disgust while lifting their skirt. See, someone has seen that particular series. By the way, chat, did you see that Gabe Newell has lost a lot of weight? Dude looks really fit now. No? Yeah, no, Gabe Newell has a new profile picture, essentially. Here you go. Congrats to him. He looks good.
目を背けないで。
無駄だ。
分断する。
Maybe now that he's trimmed all that fat, he can finally get around to making Half-Life 3.
いい判断。
オセロと
モルゴース。
Any day now, right guys? Half-Life 3 definitely get made. Haha. We make the series call it The Half-Life. Honestly, Half-Life 1 and 2 are old as fuck at this point in time.
Peace, peace.
Peace, peace. Anyway, as I was saying, Half-Life 1 and 2 are both old as fuck at this point in time, and remakes wouldn't be unwarranted. If ever they wanted to. But Half-Life 1 kind of has a remake that already got made. And the only way that a Half-Life remake would feel right is if they did like some sort of groundbreaking new thing for the shooting genre, because that's what pushed Half-Life and Half-Life 2 above and beyond the competition at the time, was they had absolutely mind-blowing stuff that no other game could do. Whether it be physics engine stuff, AI stuff, or anything like that. At the time when they got released, they did stuff that none of the other games could. And Half-Life 2 still looks pretty solid. Half-Life 1 looks like, well, what you would expect a game from the 90s to look like. Oh, I didn't notice this was a two-wave. Could have cleared this faster.
いい判断です。
世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープラーヤ。ケアレスミス。より良い明日。より良い未来。人の欲に際限はなし。どうか幸福。
Oh yeah. Like Half-Life 1 and 2 are both still very playable and solid, but it's also The ravages of time affect us all, chat, including extremely good video games. And what was once revolutionary new ideas in the likes of Half-Life 1 or 2 are now old hat and implemented worse than what you can find elsewhere. Does that mean it's bad? No, especially if you're willing to look at it in the context of this game came out in 1998 or 2001, and then look through it with that lens. But if you compare it to modern games, it's definitely going to be lagging behind. Because, 20 years has gone past worth of improvements and innovations. Half-Life 1 basically invented story-rich FPS games? Kinda, yeah. But reminder, Half-Life 1 didn't even do a bunch of story-rich stuff. Half-Life 2 would be more on the list for that, in my opinion. Actually. Because Half-Life 1 is mostly you're running and gunning, and then there's a little bit of story dump given to you once in a while, which wasn't particularly new for shooting games. Half-Life 2, on the other hand, is extremely story-rich for a shooting game at the time. It is a big reason why, like, Halo had big cutscenes and stuff like that for. But regardless, it is Half-Life the series that is the reason why a lot of research was suddenly put into better-looking graphics, physics engines that are able to mimic this or that Half-Life was able to do, etc., etc. Abandoning it, Solomon, any advice for after? My advice for after is things are going to start getting hard once you get into the Lost Belts. Once you get to Lost Belt 3, gird your loins. It's going to be difficult. Be willing to spend your command seals to clear difficult boss battles that you're having trouble with. If you're close to clearing it on an attempt, then, save your command seals. But if you were just getting your ass handed to you, then maybe, be willing to toss those command seals to reviving everyone and seeing if you can do it with 2 rounds rather than 1. That's what they're there for. Don't be afraid to use them. They do recover 1 command seal per day. Which means if all you need to do is 1 more NP, you can use a command seal to stock your MP. And if you're wondering how to do that, right here in the top next to your portrait where it says command spell, look, release Noble Phantasm. Increase charge by 100%. We restore HP. And if all of your party members die, you can use it to revive all party members, and they will also have full MP while being full HP.
いい判断。目を背けないで逃がすものか。
But once you're starting to get into that that later game stuff, my suggestion for you would be to try and make your servant roster a little bit more robust.
さて、どこから潰したものか。
So start leveling up your skills on your already good servants.
よく言いました。
Start leveling up in general
慈悲だ。神戸
some
を
other
垂れよ。
servants, because
希望も
the
ない
more servants you have that are combat ready, the better chance you're going to have. If you can throw 6 servants at a problem instead of 2 or 3, it makes it a little bit easier to have that extra backup and stuff.
歴史数学
But throughout all of part 1, you can generally go and rely on entirely support
世界
servants to
は
carry
学び
you,
に満ちているならば今こそ
a
人は学ぶ
little
時
bit of help from your own servants to buff them a little bit with, say, Waver or Mash or
何を喜んでいるのです。
whoever you might have to help.
勝利は約束されていたはず。
Oh, also, since the only things that I have currently suggested to everyone have been AoE NP servants, let me remind you there are single target Noble Phantasm servants as well. And they will, in general, hit a fair bit harder than your AoE Noble Phantasm servant when being used on a target.
目を背けない
I say in general because some servants, even though they're AoE, are just
ケアレスミス
ridiculous amounts of damage, like Arjuna, Alter, Morgan,
死に
etc.
なさい。
But stuff like NP levels do matter and do help scaling and whatnot, and your class advantage is also something that is
出席
important.
確
よ
認
く
で
言いました。
So,
ケアレスミ
for
ス
example, if I was having trouble with
モ
a
ルゾ
tough archer fight,
落第
and
です
borrowing my friend, my followed person's Arjuna Alter wasn't getting the work done. You know what would help a lot with that? A really strong single target Lancer. Now, where could I find a really strong single target Lancer? Well, you see,
つまらん
if I'm going for my own servants, I can go level up Kukulin, 3-star Lancer, and he's
落第です
pretty darn good. Or I can look into the Lancers that my friend has and try just running my stuff as support and hoping that that's good enough as well,
いい判断です
instead of using what they're doing. Generally, having 2 supports supporting 1 strong damage dealer is usually better. So if you borrow a support, level up one of your own damage dealers, and then work with that, you'll
ど
probably
こから潰した
have
の
a slightly easier time.
工具を
オーセロ
展開しましょう。そう、いいでしょう。
And that's just an
私
example.
の足元で
If I
許
was
しを
having
乞いなさい
trouble with
落ちよ
a caster,
キャメロット
then I'd want a rider, or
計略だ
a lancer, then I'd want a saber, etc. That's why I suggest making your account a little bit more robust in terms of what servants you have leveled up, and like continue just spending those friend points until you have NP5, maximum MP level, on all your free servants.
現代数学
Friend point summons really have little to no reason for you not to spend them.
宇宙で
よく言いました。
世界は学びに満ちているならば今こそ人は学ぶ時知識こそが悪を断つマハープラーヤ
やっと血がたぎってきたのに終わりだなんていつの世も。
And yes, you should definitely have MASH leveled up. Even though she gets a bit of a nerf going into the part 2 story, kind of need her leveled up for certain situations. Going into the Lost Belts, aka part 2. And hey, one other thing you can do, if you need like a specific class and a strong unit from it, is to you can go hunting for that in support lists and then follow that person or try to add them as a friend in order to be able to use their MP. Of course, if it's later down the line and they finally added that quality of life where you don't need to do that, then you'll just have access to it anyway. And instead of just defaulting to, like, Arjuna, Alter, or Morgan, if you're against... Oh, wait, isn't he the Yeah. If you're against... I won't use Tristan as an example, because this one's special with his rule. But a difficult archer, you can look through your friends list, followers list, whatever, and if you find a strong single target Lancer, be like, okay, maybe they'll do better than their Morgan or Arjuna at that point. And that'll make life easier. Now this fight here against Tristan, he has a special thing where it reverses his class affinity so that he is weak to Saber instead of strong to Saber, weak to Lancer. Which means if I were to have trouble with this, I would look for a strong Saber to work with. Yeah, look, see? He didn't die at all. I think the next fight is against him, too. St. George and Leonidas have taunts. They do. St. George's Bond CE is a good one, yes. Let's say you start Fate Go during Castoria's banner. Do you still pick Waver as your 5-star? I would say in that case, rather than Waver as your 5-star, you would rather Tamamo no Mae as a support 5-star to take, or look into which of those servants have Arts Noble Phantasms, and if they're any good or not, you can easily find, like, tier lists online. And then pick one of those servants instead. Because the reason you want to pick Waver is to have a strong support to support that damage dealer that you're going to borrow in the early game. If you have Caster Arturia, then guess what? You've got that strong support to support that servant you're going to borrow for running through the early game. And you could either get another support that doubles up on the arts power with Tamamo no Mae, which is good. Trust me, that's a very, very good. Caster Arturia plus Tamamo no Mae, if you have an arts Noble Phantasm damage dealer as the support you bring, will absolutely beat everything that comes your way in the early game and probably even crush through a lot of the Lost Belt before you start getting trouble. It's a very, very strong servant combination. It's really, really, really good. But you could also go for something that's more damage dealing. Personally, I think focusing on supports is generally better because supports mean any servant works. And if you get the damage dealing servant, you have to make sure that one works and then get the supports for that one. Whereas if you already have the supports, you just look for whatever the damage do. It makes it easier. Here, let's grab a strong saber. Oh my god. An NP5 male Artoria? Why would you ever want male Artoria? NP5 thick Hajime. Never thought I'd see one of those. You know what? For fun, let's get the thick Hajime in there. Go get him, Saito. How good did Arcade Bumstead turn out to be? Arcade's very good. He's very good. She's good enough that class advantage doesn't matter, and you can use her against any class of servant except what she's weak against. Is Artoria Pendragon Lily a good saber? Not really. Hate to say it, but not really. You don't have any stealth charge, right? Yeah, I didn't think. Oh no, chat. His cards don't match the sprite on field. Ew. All right, Shinsengumi man, go cut down that Archer of the Round Table. Bitch, did you not hear me? I said cut him down. There we go. We got him. Oh, special attack damage. That means special attack damage means you do bonus damage to whatever the trait, modifier, class, whatever is listed for the special attack. So for example, if you have the Origin Bullet Craft Essence, it says apply, ignore invincible, and 35% special attack caster for yourself. That means you do 35% bonus damage against casters. Not your caster does more. You do more against the caster. So if you have special attack demonic, you do bonus damage against demonic. Special attack divine, bonus damage against divine, etc., etc. That being said, as I've said before, there is not a proper list in-game to tell you whether something is divine or demonic or a fae or stuff like that, or if they're good or neutral or lawful. You kind of have to go to a wiki for that. As unfortunate as that is, I really, really wish they would have just listed shit.
倫理で出席確認
Oh, and also, this is kind of obvious, but
ことで真に大切なものを知る
don't forget to use your skills. I know I've just been using them mindlessly myself, but you know, just use them, guys. They got cooldowns; they'll come back.
それでも勝利
Don't be afraid to use them. You can use them on more than just the final wave. Section 13, okay. We're getting there, we're getting there. We're about 2/3 of the way done this section with this Camelot. Have I ever gotten into Hoyoverse games? I was into Genshin Impact when it was new, because I thought, hey, it's actually pretty solid. But it stopped being pretty solid when I learned that it is incredibly grindy and incredibly stingy.
仕方あるまい
で
いい
出
判断
席確認ケアレスミス
死になさい
不勉強
A lot of overfilled AP when you do basically nothing but the main quest. That'll do it for you.
よく目を背けないで逃がすもの
I see. Yeah. Genshin Impact really, really turned me off to Hoyoverse stuff.
さてどこから潰したもの
では
And I'm very hesitant to ever try another one again.
そういいでしょう私の足元で許しを乞いなさい落ちよロードレスキャメロット
It was a combination of
式はこうしてあげる
you had to grind
宇宙を学びましょうか
really hard to get a
世界は学びに
piece
満
of
ちている
equipment that
ならば今
didn't
こそ
suck
人は学ぶ時
because they had a bunch of worthless modifiers on them, right? And only like 3 modifiers mattered out of like 13 or
平
something,
穏を維持する努力を
which
せよ
really sucked. And then I remember I mathed it out. There were 13 layers of RNG for whether you got the piece of equipment you wanted, whether it got the initial stat roll on the artifact, whether it got a good stat roll or a shitty stat roll, all that stuff. So that already was turning me off. Then on top of that, the daily quests that you have to do to get your daily login stuff in it were extremely time-consuming for no reason. You have to sit there and mash your way through however many lines of dialogue, and then they really loved putting the quests as far away as possible from any teleport point or wherever you start the quest, and then you have to go all the way back to the beginning of the quest to turn it in half the time. Or maybe it's an escort quest, everyone's favorite type of quest to do.
ではそうしよう
目にいい判断です
And then the late game
そういいで
was
しょ
just that extremely garbage, mostly pay to win
ロードレ
abyss
スキ
shit,
ャメロット
which was very meh. Very, very meh. I thought the abyss was absolute garbage
数学
and was clearly designed around pay to win mechanics.
手に入らない
宇宙出席確
の
認
いい判断
So all of that combined really just
世界は
wore
学び
me
に満ち
down.
ている
And then once the first anniversary of Genshin Impact
知
came
識こそ
and
が悪を断つ
your reward was the equivalent of 310 pulls for the anniversary, and there were no quality of life fixes or anything like that. Bugs didn't get fixed. I was like, okay, this game, I'm done. Probably not going to play another Hoyoverse game after That was how I felt. I mean, I enjoyed it for a fair bit of time. Like, the exploration of it was fun. I enjoyed exploring new environments when they came out and finding secrets and stuff. That was a good time in my book. Problem was everything else that came with it. Everything else that came with it. I'd say the gameplay of Genshin Impact is perfectly serviceable. I never had a big issue with that, that's for sure. It's just the remember, I only had experience with like the first year of the game existing, so anything I say might not be true anymore, but some of the elemental mixes, which clearly the game is designed around you mixing elements and using them in order to enhance each other, which I thought, okay, that's a good idea, I like that. But some of the elemental mixes were incredibly bad, and some of them were incredibly much better. So, it was really, really hard to get excited about the new, I don't know, Earth character that came out when their element doesn't mix for shit with other stuff all that well, for example. Do I have any sort of noise gate on the TTS monster? It was cutting out noise. I don't actually, no. Not at all. I think maybe TTS monster itself is just not the best. Maybe I should try something else instead. Ooh, Camelot lived. Those are my reasons. I made the right quality of life updates. Really only came after Star Rail made the flaws of Genshin obvious. Okay. I've heard Star Rail is a much, much better implemented game than Genshin. It has me at least a little interested, and it's a turn-based, like, RPG-style gameplay, which I think is much easier to feel good while playing and get right than, like, real-time action. Again, I actually think Genshin played fairly well. It's just a fair bit of the mechanics needed to be better, and they needed to do some quality of life patches on stuff. That's the big stuff. Oh, also, they were really stingy about your summoning material. Like, one of the things I was saying about that's nice about FGO is that you don't have to worry about the craft essence equipment too much, because the best ones, minus like 3 of them, are gonna come for free just for playing events when they come out. That's it. Just play the event. Congratulations. You got the good piece of equipment. Meanwhile, in Genshin, every character also comes with their special weapon. And without their special weapon, they're at like 60% of their effectiveness. And if you have their special weapon, then they're a full character. So you have to do 2 pulls for 5-star things instead of just 1. And then it evens out the rate a little bit because you're going for 2 things instead of 1 to going for the 1 servant in FGO. And you couldn't convince me otherwise, because there was one character in Genshin Impact I really liked the look of and the design of and everything. It was Ayaka, and I was like, okay, I've been saving up a bunch of summoning material. I'm gonna get Ayaka, and I'm gonna get that weapon. And I compared her best weapon and her next best weapon, which you could farm out or get for free, etc. And the difference was a lot. The difference was a lot. The weapon made a big difference in damage output, in extra utility bonus that you get, all that stuff. To the point where I was like, I see. These are very important things to actually play. So, yeah, Genshin kind of soured me onto the Hoyoverse stuff, even though I've heard their other stuff is good. I mean, you'll still hear nowadays that Genshin is good. So how can I believe that the other stuff is good if people are still saying Genshin is good? I personally disagree. I think there's just too much minutia that bogs down the stuff that is good.
出席か起立
ケアレスミス
死になさい
ケアレスミス
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's pretty much my decision whether it would be good or not, and there's so many games out there available to play that I know for a fact are good that I'd rather not waste my time on something that might be good, you know? It's unfortunate, because the stuff that was good in Genshin, I did like a lot. What's up, Go-Wary? Yeah, like the exploration anytime a new place came out in Genshin was super enjoyable. I was very happy anytime a new area released. I loved, like, they had good environmental design. Really good environmental design. And it was always a good time when a new update introduces a new area and you're like, all right, it's time to search all the crevices and the nooks and crannies and find this secret and that secret. Yay! What does this look like? Why is this like this? Oh, that's cool. You know, that stuff. That feeling of wonder and exploration. That was the best the best stuff out of Genshin Impact. The best feeling out of it was that for me every single time that I got it. But you could blow through that pretty quick depending on how big the update was. And then you're back to the, well, I guess I gotta do this daily login, see how many, how long it's gonna take for me to finish these daily quests, and then I gotta go grind artifact, and felt like work rather than fun. And good night, Blue Bomber. By the time you get back to being able to check this out, the VOD will be all the way through Solomon. Easily. I quit at the first anniversary, so the latest area that was introduced was the Japan, the Raiden Shogun area. And they were talking about the Dendro area being released at some point in time. as the next one.
私の足元で
And
許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。
The wait was long enough that I just didn't want to bother with it anymore. Honestly, once like everything's out, I might go back to it and like just do a playthrough of what it is. Because, you know, exploring 5 different big regions would absolutely be fun. The only problem is that that game was also very clearly jumping on the bandwagon of the new character must continue to grow stronger than the previous character, and we gotta continue pushing the new characters as the new strong thing, and pushing environmental and enemies and stuff so that you need the new characters, etc. It's your power creep, your general power creep. Because I actually remember towards when I was starting to lose interest, there was a streamer that was, you know, being hired to promote the game, and they hadn't played since the last time that they had been hired to promote the game. So they were, using their old account and getting absolutely bodied despite having max level characters to work with and stuff, because the power creep at that point in time was enough that the old characters just felt a little bit too weak to get through stuff. And that was only with 1 year, you know, let alone however long it would be when like most of the areas or all of the areas are out, and if I jumped in with my 1 year old with my year 1 account, I feel like I'd probably get wrecked. I mean, let me ask chat, can Ayaka, Raiden Shogun, Mona Ganyu team continue crushing, or has that just been overtaken? Okay, then they might have slowed down on the... They might have slowed down on how hard they were doing their power creep then. Because like I said, that guy had, you know, some units that should have been perfectly fine. Like Diluc and who's the sword boy? The little twink sword boy, what's his name? The water guy that gets you water swords. I forget his name, I'm sorry. And also had a Bennett, and I was like, damn, that's actually a good setup, and he was just getting bodied. And I think it came down to poor artifacts on top of weaker equipment from not really farming for a year. And thank you, Xingqiu, yeah. So at least it kind of felt like they were power creeping pretty hard if someone with that lineup was having trouble. And you know what? That's probably still true, and it's more down to the artifact power creep than the character power creep. So maybe it was more due to lack of artifact power than the characters, because I was like, aren't those good characters? But that's still power creep, you know? That's still annoying. Oh right, I forgot about adventure rank too. Shit. So you'd have to do some side stuff just to continue the main story. Ugh. That makes me want to not do it even more, fortunately.
倫理学の出席確認。世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープラーヤ。不勉強。落第です。
And I'm not gonna sit here and pretend Fate Go doesn't have power creep. There's power creep in Fate Grand Order. Most, like, very obviously, power creep in Fate Grand Order. But like I said, they're kind enough in this game to design mechanics around the fact that, like, low rarity servants can still participate and clear them. And you don't need the best of the best stuff. However, some things are made more difficult because of the... Huh. I never knew that the Lancelot fight we're about to do takes bonus damage from Avengers. Wonder, do we have an Avenger to work with? Technically. Not a proper target Avenger though, but good. Let's see. Lancelot Saber takes half damage from all classes except Berserker, Ruler, Avenger, Alter Ego, and 1 times damage from Shielder, Ruler, Alter Ego, and Foreigner, 1.5 from Berserker, and 2 times from Avenger. Also has debuff immunity. Turn brain off, press red card with Berserker. Yeah, there weren't a lot of Avengers in the game at this point in time. There was Dante's, Jolter, and Angramanyu. Angramanyu is a meme. Dante's was garbage at the time. So you had Jolter as a choice. I mean, we'll be plenty strong here.
宇宙で世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープラーヤ。
Honestly, I'd probably enjoy Star Realm more if I'm looking for something cool. Like I said, it's not really the gameplay that was the issue for mention. It's the everything else. Now, I am personally a fan of turn-based RPGs when they are done well. That is a fact. Wanna hit Arjuna a couple more times? Thanks, bro. Very good. Exactly what I wanted you to do. And now you die. Bye, yeah.
世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープラーヤ。 むなら平穏を維持する努力をせよ。
Alright, chat, if you really want me to play Honkai Star Rail, here's the question you gotta answer. Do I have sex with my units to power them up? The answer is no, then you've lost me as a customer. I have to keep playing Fake Go because they...
もっと先輩のお役に立てるよう頑張ります。
Sorry guys, I can't do it. Without the old mana transfer on the table, I just can't. Oh shit, Balatro's getting a big ol' update soon. Experimental beta is currently available. Nice. I look forward to that. I like Balatro. Balatro is a fun time.
Camelot.
Not just the men, but the women and children too. Adding not just the men, but the women and children too to random things makes it infinitely more hilarious.
世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープラーヤ。ケアレスミス。平穏を望むなら平穏を維持する努力をせよ。
パパラララ。Man, every single arrow is a fight. I forgot that part 1 is like this. Why are you like this, part 1? Why do I have to fight for every footstep that we make in the sand? Sand. It's rough and it's coarse and it gets everywhere. Meanwhile, she's sitting there like, oh my god. He's so hot now. Oh, sand. I mean, if you take the prequel movies as, you know, two really awkward teenagers trying to court each other, it kind of makes sense for all the dialogue to be so stilted.
規律
目に映るも
ケアレ
の
スミス
全てを灰に。
But, you know, it's still stilted dialogue and it's still kind of
そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。
落第です。現代と歴史
they have their issues, but they're coherent. Yeah, they're not good
万物
in
を学ぶことが
like
真に
overall
大切
in
なものを
terms
知
of
る
like the story thread, the main storyline.
人よ学ぶべし
But boy, did the recent trilogy show that it could have been so much worse.
いつの世も
The sequel trilogy shows it could have been so much worse. Where did my splits go? They still exist. Look, they're back here. But because I had to skip forward to get back to here, they're currently visible. Not only did somehow Palpatine return, but somehow Palpatine predicted everything that was going to happen in the next 30 years or more. Lord Vader, when the young Skywalker finally turns you to good, be sure to throw me down this shaft, but there will be an exit for... What? Oh, right, I didn't run that by you yet.
で
いい判断です。
ケアレスミス
逃がすものか。
不勉強
Was it a bunch of clones? I don't even. And the sequel trilogy's not good. They did a couple good things, especially in the first one that I liked. Like they listened to some fan feedback on certain things that helped. One of the biggest problems I had with the prequel trilogy was solved in at least the first sequel movie, and that was the realism of the fight. Because the lightsaber battles in the prequel trilogy, no one's even swinging at each other. They're swinging above each other's heads and to the side of each other, but never at each other.
現代歴史
Meanwhile, the sequel trilogy, straight up, just
で
the
出
very
席
first
倫理学の
fights,
お
they're
時間です
swinging at each other as hard as they can, stuff like that. And it looks proper, it looks good. And I was like, oh, hey, nice. The problem is, like, the story is really incoherent because 3 different directors and groups of writers
人よ学ぶべし
worked on it instead of just having
一斉操作
some consistency there. And they were at odds with where they wanted to progress the story with each other, so they wound up making things that didn't make sense when you ran it by each other. Well, 2 directors, yeah. One, then a new one, then the... But still. 3 different teams by the end of it. It's just a lot of different things coalescing together to make what should seem really obvious out of their problem, like really obvious problems.
一気火星に滅ぼしてくれよ。やるぞ、マスター。
歴史
手に入らないの。
うちで
I think I'm gonna need 2 NPs from Arjuna Alter to finish off Amon Ra
世
here.
界は学びに満ちているならば今こそ人は学ぶ時知識こそが悪を断つ マハプララヤケアレスミス不勉強
Still waiting for that Quantic Dream Star Wars
追試
game.
開始一斉走者
I hope it doesn't happen. I don't want to have to play another David Cage game just to give chat their jollies. I'm probably gonna have to play another David Cage game to give chat their jollies, though, aren't I?
よく言いました。いい目を背けないで死になさい。アコーロ
I will suffer for you, chat.
無礼者諦めなさい。
It is my job.
Sugaku
あまり悩ませないように楽しくなるでしょう。
キリ倫理出席確認
I mean, we've already played the entire Cageverse of games. We'd have to play it if it came out.
万物を学ぶことで真に大切なものを知るマハプララヤ人よ
We'd have to pull out the old David Cage bingo card, which I think if you hit exclamation point bingo still exists,
平
doesn't it?
穏を望むなら平穏を維持する努力をせよ
It sure does! Look at that beautiful bingo card. Let's look at it, chat, together. Forced romance between a main character and a side character. The illusion of choice. Scene stolen from a movie. No clear main villain. Shitty parent-child relationship. Casual racism. Mystical forces from out of nowhere. I guess this wouldn't be out of nowhere because it's Star Wars. Noble homeless people. Shower scene. Lying to the player. That's not how the police or military work. That's not how people talk. QTEs is a free space. Giant plot holes. Fight scene that lasts too long. Attractive woman almost or actually gets raped. Awkward sex scene. Ancient conspiracy. Failing a QTE won't cause a game over because game overs are a failure of the game designer. Serious scene that's too laughable to be taken seriously. Ridiculously huge apartments. QTE for completely mundane activities. Awkward dance scene. Strong independent woman, quote unquote, needs to be saved by a man. And reference that to past games that states that the game was amazing. And guess what? You know, the attractive woman almost or actually gets raped? That is a spot on every single David Cage game. All of them have ticked that spot. That should tell you all you need to know about whether David Cage can write good stories or not. Can't believe that actually gets ticked on every single one. It happens in Omicron the Nomad Soul. It happens in the tutorial of Omicron the Nomad Soul. It happens in Indigo Prophecy. Happens in Heavy Rain. It's all a dream sequence in Heavy Rain and makes no sense to exist at all. But it happens.
任せなさい。ふさわしい敵であれば指揮はこうしてあげるわ。あまり悩ませないよう
数学
に楽しくなるでしょう。
歴史宇宙を学べ出席確認
Hey chat,
世界は学びに満ちている
that happened Super
なら
Danny?
ば今こそ人は学ぶ時
You mean Detroit Become Human? It happens in that. Happens in Beyond Two Souls. In fact, Detroit Become Human has an entire sequence where the buddy cop duo has to go investigate sex shop androids where a guy got killed because he was trying to rape one of them to death aggressively.
現代
ではこうしよ
手に入らないのな
宇宙を学びましょうか
らよっ。
リレー
展開しましょ
How can you rape a sex doll? Well, you see, they still have, like, rules about that stuff because they're... So the whole thing about Detroit Become Human is, what if robots got human emotions? Wow, no one's ever thought of that plot before. Anyway, the sex bots are hired to do sex stuff. This guy wanted to do really aggressive sex stuff, including beating one of them basically to death, choking one of them basically to death, and was threatening to stab it to death. And then the other sex bot that was in love with the first sex bot comes in and kills that guy because it was about to kill their lover. But the point is, the important point is, David Cage cannot let a game exist where he is a part of it without having a woman getting raped, or almost getting raped at least. For some reason, he just loves it. And I think you can imagine why he loves it, considering he and the heads of his studio were sued for sexual harassment and bad workplace culture. Oh no, the Asimov 3 laws are implemented. It's about the robots breaking free of servitude and growing human consciousness and all that stuff, you know. It happens in literally every what if robots had human emotions, gained human emotions story ever. And that by itself is not necessarily a problem. Oh god, Ozzy, that hurt, bro. Anyway, it's not a problem that that's the basic storyline. How does it get around to hard 3 laws? Like I said, they're gaining human emotions and then breaking free of the laws and rules that define them as androids, as opposed to being able to be people. That is the basic premise. In fact, one of the early scenes in the game for one of the 3 character paths that you play through it has a moment where you literally have to mash through the invisible barrier of programming in order to break through your programming to then go prevent a guy from murdering an android. Which admittedly, that moment, solid. But that's how every David Cage game starts. It starts out solid, and then it's a downhill slope as you go. The only part of it that wasn't a downhill slope was the 2 detectives, Hank and Connor. Thank you, Connor. My head. I thanked my own brain for remembering the name. That's the only one that wasn't a constant downhill slide. And the only reason it wasn't a constant downhill slide is because the actors that played those 2 characters and did all the motion capture and acting and whatnot were ad-libbing a lot of their own lines and putting in the personality that they think the characters should have and would be good. David Cage apparently hated this. Everyone that has played Detroit Become Human agrees that the best characters in the game are those 2 characters, and they're the best storyline in the game. Which means David Cage was fucking wrong and should have shut the fuck up. And the 2 actors involved in it were completely and totally right to ignore David Cage and continue ad-libbing a bunch of lines. So the best part of the game that David Cage wrote wasn't written by David Cage. And here's the thing. The only reason at all that I have any bone to pick with David Cage, that he is a up his own ass prick piece of shit who will constantly put down others' work in order to try to elevate his own and talk others down in order to say that his stuff is good. So he deserves to be shit on as much as I possibly can. If instead all this stuff happened and like the writer was like, I tried my best for what it was and I think it came out good, and was like not an asshole, then I would have been, okay, yeah, it's not good and I wish it was better. Because it had potential here and this part had potential, because every David Cage game does have good potential to it. And it's unfortunate anytime the potential isn't like realized, which is every game. But rather than any level of self-reflection or anything like that, or any level of, you know, accepting the accolades that he gets humbly, he instead takes the time to talk down other people's media, which is a big turnoff for me, that's for sure. What a rude dude. He deserves to have his stuff talked down if he's... No one's surprised the worst storyline is the one involving the female android. And the reason it's the worst isn't even because of the sex pest stuff, although that's part of it. The reason it's the worst is because it has the most ham-fisted, bad implementation of an unnecessary twist that I've ever seen in a video game. So, spoilers for however many years old game. Yes. Trust me, I'm not spoiling anything you would be excited about. But for Detroit Become Human, the storyline of the android is as follows. She is a maid in the employ of an abusive, drug-addled single father who has been beating his daughter and blames all of his problems on, whether they be monetary or whatnot, on the outside world, on androids, on anything but himself. Lost his job to the robots. You know the kind of guy. Your standard piece of shit parent. And her arc is about breaking free from her android programming, killing that guy in order to save the little girl, and then trying to escape the fact that she just killed a man and take the little girl to a better place to live and act as basically a surrogate mother, because she's been working as a maid and as a surrogate mother for her for however long she's been in employ, right? Along the way, she has to deal with stuff like the little girl needing food, shelter, not being left out in the cold because it's like close to winter at the time that they're making their escape. Travel expenses, trying to make sure that they don't get attacked by like bad people on the streets, while also finding places that are safe to sleep as they travel north to try and get to Canada, which is apparently, you know, more accepting of androids, stuff like that. So that all goes down, and is going down for the whole place, and it's not a great story, but it has good beats to it as you make your way through, and it is, at the very least, interesting premise and a solid implementation of it. Until you find out the little girl was an android the whole time. The little girl was faking being hungry, and faking needing to eat, and faking being cold, because she's programmed to do that. And all androids have a chip inside of them to be able to instantly identify a fellow android. They're easy to identify. They even have a visual thing on them to identify them. But it was hidden on the little girl. And despite the fact that every android, the second they look at an android, can communicate through Wi-Fi basically and be like, oh, that's an android. I'm an android. We know we're androids. Somehow, that's completely hidden from the player until eventually, all of a sudden, a different android walks over and asks why the little girl android needs this or not. Needs food or whatever, and asks why she's working so hard to get food for someone that doesn't need it. The game actively basically lies to you. And then it's revealed that apparently the android housekeeper knew all along she was an android and just completely didn't do anything that made any sense whatsoever when you're taking care of an android and treated her like a human the whole time. So it went from an interesting story about an android overcoming her own programming because motherly instincts, human instincts kicked in, and she wanted to protect the child that she was hired to be a surrogate mother for, and was discovering that feeling of becoming a mother. Something that actually was solid. And threw it all out the fucking window. And the reason why was so that they could take both of those androids to Android Auschwitz and put them in their concentration camp. And that's the only reason why, was so that you could have a surrogate concentration camp. You took an okay story that had solid beats to it, a good premise, and was working well, and made it horrible, terrible, because you wanted shock value at the end of the game. And it's like the most obvious concentration camp analog you've ever seen in your life. The robots are all stripped of their clothes and of their fake robot skin and hair, so they're just your base android, like pure white plastic, walking around. And you've got these big piles of dead androids. They've got the chambers that they're getting marched into, where they're going to be like burned down and disassembled for parts and like put into trash compactors and everything. And it's like, goddamn, dude, you really just built that shit for this? And so you have to sneak past the guards that'll shoot you if you get caught, and do all this and that, and like your first playthrough of the game, before you get to that point, legitimately, there is kind of a bond you can form with the little girl, and you kind of want to take care of the little girl because there's a little girl in need, a child in need, and you're like, okay, this is fine, this is all right. And then when you get to that instead, it feels like the most ham-fisted writing possible. It's hilarious how bad it is. Why didn't anyone like stop him from putting that twist in the game? That twist was bad. That twist is the worst part of the whole game. And that game has some pretty bad parts to it, but that twist is just an absolute... It completely kills that third of the game from being interesting or important. Isn't that Android Disassembly Camp one of the few possibilities you can get? I don't think so. I think that always happens with... Well, I think there's a slight difference you can have with them. But I think it's very heavily pushes you to the Android concentration camp. Like, 9 times out of 10, you're going to go there, and you have to jump through hoops to not go. Well, the thing is, there were people that told him no on various points of Detroit Become Human. They even had interviews with people who basically said, yeah, our job is to make sure that we can kind of rein some stuff in to make sure that stuff stays a little more on track, because Beyond Two Souls definitely had some moments where we wanted to tell Mr. Cage to back off on this or that, and we didn't, so we made sure to do it this time. And guess what? Our actors for Hank and Connor, Clancy Brown and who was Connor's actor? Brian Detchart? I don't know how you say his name. I forget. But those two basically told David Cage, fuck off, we're gonna ad-lib our lines. and became the best part of the game, was those two. Easily. Like by a lot, too. A lot. They are much more entertaining. Surprised he let them do it? Well, here's the thing. They're both professional actors, and it probably costs a lot just to get them to show up in the first place, and they were probably contracted, and it would have been like a big negative to not let them continue existing on the game. Usually contracts with actors will have some sort of termination clause to make sure that their time isn't wasted. Clancy Brown especially is a big name actor, guys. He's been in a lot of movies and TV shows, and has been in a lot of successful movies and TV shows. Like, the dude's got clout. The dude's got pull. That's probably why he was hired in the first place for the job. Was so that they had a big name actor on it, because David Cage loves having big name actors as his main characters. So I can't imagine it would be particularly cheap to just tell him, you're fired. Yeah, he's Mr. Krabs. He was in Shawshank Redemption. He was in Starship Troopers. He was in A Nightmare on Elm Street. He's in Invincible as some side characters. He's in The Venture Brothers. He's in John Wick. He's in various Star Wars things as either a voice actor or an actor, a live actor. Dude's in a lot of stuff. He's been in many things over the years. And almost everything he's ever been in is very successful. Oh, this is the more... Okay. If this was... Once we get to the Gawain fight, I'm gonna level up a Uriel to use for funsies. Anyway, what I'm saying is that generally these big-name actors, or professional actors in general, as long as they already have some level of recognizability and whatnot, have the ability to have their agents include termination clauses for whatever their job is, to make sure that if their time is wasted, they still get something out of it, and usually that something is still pretty solid. So my thought is what happened was David Cage definitely didn't want to pay out some sort of termination clause and just said, can you not do that? And then when they said, no, we're doing this because it makes the characters better, he just had to bite his tongue and let it happen.
落第です。不勉強。追試開始。一斉奏者。
But you'll notice that once David Cage got more notoriety and more funding available to him from games being successful again and again and again, he continues to hire like movie and TV show actors for his main characters. You had Elliot Page, at the time Ellen Page, and Willem Dafoe for Beyond Two Souls is pretty much the main two characters. And then you had the people I just mentioned for Detroit Become Human for one of the big storylines, and another actor who played the main character in the Robots Rise Up storyline, but I kind of forget his name because the characters didn't leave too much of an impression beyond the bad storyline. Tristan. Must kill Tristan. Actually, wait, what am I doing? You want a saber for Tristan. Marcus, played by Jesse Williams, who's been in a few TV series and a few movies as well. And then Kara's actress has also been in TV series and movies. So, all actors hired as your main character cast. Rather than, like, straight up voice actors. So I would imagine if that Star Wars game from that studio ever does actually get made, it's gonna feature a lot of big name actors as characters. Damn your evasion. He just spammed it 3 times. He really wanted to kill. Oh, that spooked me. Pressure Mock, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Very kind. Very kind of you. The 75 bits as well. Okay, let's normal fight, and then the Gawain fight next. Okay, cool. We'll level up our Uriel after this fight. Just to use her on Gawain because it makes me laugh when I go tee.
あまり悩ませないのに楽しくなるでし
倫理が規律
ょ。目を背けないで。
世界は学びに満ちている。ならば今こそ人は学ぶ時。知識こそが悪を断つ。マハープラーヤ。より良い明日、より良い未来。人の欲に際限はなし。どうか幸福が。
All right, let's level up a Yoriel for this Gawain. We'll even do some friend point summons and see maybe we can get a higher NP level for her. What's art? Oh, more Asterioses. That's pretty cool. Skull emoji. Up, 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 up. Up, up. Up, 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 up. Up, 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 up. Like we didn't get another copy of Uriel. That's unfortunate. Oh well, not a big deal. Alright, let's fill her up with XP. This is gonna be like the weakest Uriel in existence to go fight that Gawain. She'll still probably win pretty solidly. She'll still probably do just fine. Alright, we're preparing our girl for war. See how many skill... Oh, her third skill doesn't exist unless I do a thing for it. Oh, right, I forgot. Them year one servants. Should be... Right? Yep, there she is. So we'll go do this interlude and unlock our third skill. Which will not take us too long. Hate that being a thing. Yeah, they did not add 3 skills to all servants in the beginning of the game. So there are some servants that you have to unlock their 3rd skill on because they, I don't know, they forego or something.
出陣します。私の後に続きなさい。
ではどうしよ
よく目を背けないで逃がすものか逃がすものか魔女ですのですべて見つめます簡単に終わらないよろしいよ目を背けないで死になさいモルゴース内側から壊れる暗きよくいい判断
Uriel still lacks her 3rd skill. What's wrong with you? Fix it.
慈悲だ神戸を垂れよ恐怖はない希望もない何人も通るにあたわず分断する召し上げましょうオークニーの雲よ何を喜んでいるのです私が出たのです勝利は約束されていたはずです
I mean, quite seriously, if it is a male enemy and they're not immune to being charmed, then Uriel probably beats them. Pretty handedly, too. Chat, do you think that they didn't release Stellar Blade onto the PC because they realized that it would take less than 1 day for the Coomers to get a hold of the model and turn it into porn? Which is still gonna happen anyway, because of course it will, but, you know. Go get him, Waver. You're the damage dealer now. Oh, damn, he almost had it, too. That would have been pretty impressive if he did it. Dread it. Run from it. It still comes all the same. Porn does increase the series' popularity. Look at Overwatch. That never would have lasted more than a week without the porn.
Camelot. あまり悩ませないように楽しくなるでしょう。ほうね、よく言いました。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。
Thinking Ruby, but that works too, yeah. Fair enough.
許すものか無礼者諦めなさい。
最上に近い勝利。戦う前に勝つくらいで負ける。
There you go. Give me that 3rd skill. You kind of want that 3rd skill on Uriel. It's good. Even if you don't level it up much. Well, that's the Noble Phantasm rank up. That's not even the third skill. Is it perhaps rank up quest? Oh, it's rank up quest. Well, that's going to take even longer. Well, get comfy, guys. I don't know if I have enough AP for this. I've only got 5,000, and this is going to cost 20 per arrow. Oh, man.
出陣します。私の後に続きなさい。
ではこうしよ
目を背けないで。いい判
Rank
断
up quest so long? Just because we're going to have like 4 arrows of fights, 5 arrows of fights to do. They're not going to be hard or anything because they're old rank up quests, but
いい
still.
判断です。いい目を背けないで死になさい。召し上げましょう。死になさい。
I mean, one thing that this trip down memory lane is proving is that there's a lot more chaff in part 1 than I remember. I forgot that every single arrow in part 1 is a fight before any sort of story, and a lot of the fights are just nothing fights. Here, fight this group of wyverns. Why? I don't know. Yeah, filler fights, basically. They become way less aggressive with that as you get to part 1.5 and part 2. But hey, this gives you an idea of a couple of the things that are some bogged down minutia in the game, and what you'll have to do to power up a couple of your servants. But it's the pain of old design that they ironed out over time, thankfully. Like nowadays, there's a 0% chance that a servant's going to release without all 3 of their skills.
なるべくは避けたい行為だ。仕方
目を
あるまい。
背けないで
つまらん。
いい判断です。逃がすものか
罠だ。
分断する。いい判断。目を背けないで死になさい。逃がすものか。あまり悩ませないように。楽しくなるでしょう。目によく言いました。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖はない。希望もない。何人も通るにあたわず。さて、どこから潰したものか。簡単に終わらないように。目にいい、よく言いました。
Oh, whoops. Those were all support more cards.
慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖はない。希望もない。何人も通るにあたわず。死になさい。アコーロ。無礼者。諦めなさい。
最上に近い勝利だ。戦う前に勝つくらいでなければ。
任せなさい。ふさわしい敵であれば容赦簡単に終わらないように、あまり悩ませに入らないのなら楽しくなるでしょう。宝具をいい判断展開しましょう。
パラパッパッパー。
慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖はない、希望もない、何人も通るにあたわず逃がすものか。
だだ。うん。ではこうしよう。
宝具を目をいい判断展開しましょう。それは絶えず見た滅びの夢。最果てにありながら鳥は明日を歌うでしょう。ロードレスキャメロット。逃がすものか、許すものか。
Wonder which part exactly it is that they started adding arrows without battles that are just story.
いつの世も
I wonder what the actual, like, first time they started actually doing it rather than not at all. or basically not at all. Because I'm pretty sure every single arrow we've hit so far in the game has been a fight of some sort, and not just story.
なるべくは避けたい行為。
目を背けないで。
仕方あるまい。
よく言いました。死になさい。魔女ですので。
罠。
I feel like maybe part 1.5 is when they start doing it, but I guess I wouldn't be too surprised if Solomon or Babylonia had an arrow or two that's not a fight.
死になさい。
I'll be honest, I honestly thought they started doing it in Camelot. I did not remember all these filler fights existing.
すべて見つめます。よろしい。よく言いました。いい判断です。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖はない、希望もない、何人も通るにあたわず死になさい。召し上げましょう。光栄に思い。
Well, reminder, it kind of took them until Camelot before they decided, hey, what if the story writing was good? Maybe that would do better for us.
さて、どこ簡単に終わらないように。
Which, surprising it took them that long to think about that.
逃がすものか。アコーロ。
We need that MP.
そう、いいでしょう。
Oh well.
私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよ、ロードレスキャメロット。やっと血がたぎってきたのに終わりだなんて。いつの世も反乱分子は物足りませんね。
Don't get me wrong, I kind of like Okeanos because it's kind of like just kind of a fun little ship sailing adventure. But it's far from amazing. Everything else from Orlin, Septim, London, and E Pluribus Unum, not great. Septim's hot fucking garbage. But Camelot is straight up good. It's the first bit of writing since Fuyuki, the prologue, that's straight up just good.
それは絶えず見た滅びの夢。最果てにありながら鳥は明日を歌うでしょう。ロードレスキャメロ。
And it just surprises me that it took them that long to focus on making sure that the story was good. Good.
手に入らないのならあまり悩ませないように。
Oh, that I can perfectly believe, Kabi-sama. There's bullshit magic going on all the time. If you want to tell me that they sprinted across the US in 3 days, sure, whatever. Servants don't need to sleep and they have infinite energy as long as they have mana. Fine by me. It's just other stuff that didn't work too well. Interpersonal relationships that weren't written particularly well. The main story thread being either unsolved or not particularly interesting, depending on the depending on which part of it was. But Camelot brought everything that you want for a story and began FGO making sure the stories were pretty much good for everything. Yay, we've got our third skill. So Camelot brings in good interpersonal relationships. It brings in Da Vinci, being able to actually be a character aside from just kind of talking to you over the intercom. And she gets to, you know, strut her stuff as, hey, guess what? I'm motherfucking Da Vinci, one of the greatest inventors and artists that ever lived throughout the history of the US. US? The world, I meant. Sorry, I'm still on that E pluribus unum US stuff. It gives more clarity into the main thread of the story and pushes forward the main story. It gives good drama between the characters that are in this thread of the story. It gives tension between the characters and of what's happening straight up. All that stuff, you know? That didn't exist nearly as much in the previous stuff, and the most important thing... By the way, Raiho Cat, thank you. The most important thing is it all makes sense and doesn't come out of nowhere. Just arbitrarily to make you... To give you some sort of, you know, out of nowhere sense of tension. Like, that was London's biggest problem. London had good potential with good setup and everything, and then the big weakness of London is, towards the end, oh no, I spilled all this spaghetti everywhere and nothing makes sense anymore. Oh no, my spaghetti. Unless I want to grind out some of the gems or anything like that, that's the best we're going to do is a 3-4. It'll be fine. Probably. It'll probably be. Wait, hold on. One. You there, Hohenheim. Send you stuff. Damn it. See if we can get there. But hold on. What about Mozart? How about you? Ha! Never mind, Hohenheim. You go sit in the corner. Come here, Mozart. Nobody knows why the hell Lancer Altar was even there. Just kind of showed up out of nowhere. And disappeared out of nowhere. Yeah, that should be fun. There are some levels in, well. Oh. Oh, look at that. Go on XP, aren't we? This is some real poverty hours right now as we play. Oh, we haven't been in the poverty hours for a while, have we? Need any of those materials either. Alright, here we go, to Camelot. No, she was mentioning something about the wild hunt, but it came so completely out of nowhere and went so complete nowhere that it just wound up being a big fat nothing. Alright, that's right, chat. It's time to form Party 2. And get Uriel in here as our main damage dealer. Go beat up a gorilla. I guess this is probably the best I can give to you. Yeah. Favor in there. Or have the Holy Shroud of Magdalene, big guy. This Morgan could be our anchor if we get pushed into that point. Hopefully we won't. Dude, these craft essences are so bad. So. I mean, I could go do pools and Amadeus, where are you? Get over here, buddy. We can swap you in for waiver, I think. Anyway, I could go do pools on the actual gacha and spend Saint Quartz, but I don't think I even need to. Be more than fine with this setup. He thinks.
Sentouか。なるべくは避けたい行為だ。仕方あるまい。
Good start too.
くだ。ではどうし。くだ。
戦いですから。
Yeah, go for that MP2 Morgan, baby.
今のうちに準備。
さて、どのバッハがお好みかな？
All right, Gorilla Man. Kneel before your goddess. Look at that. With like no skill levels, very subpar support, that's a lot of damage and a lot of MP regain too. Another one. Look how wrecked he's. Absolutely dominated.
負けないぞ。ここでまっすぐ。
ここが勝負どころです。
Could you kill Amadeus for me, buddy? Oh, that's a problem.
この剣は太陽の写しみ。あらゆる不浄を清める炎のかげろう。エクスカリバーガラティーン。
もうやだ。
Oh, that'll work. Thanks, bud. He killed off Amadeus for us. Very nice. One-turn skill seal, yeah? Well, what if we just told him to chill? Alright, let's get rid of that pesky burn.
心臓打ち抜いちゃうからええあなたのハートに突き刺されアイ・オブ・ザ・エウリア あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。これはどう？
午前の光よ、良き営みを守りたまえ。
Wow, he charged himself for that twice. That's some RNG right there. He also didn't get charmed there.
ここが勝負どころです。
Like I said before, that's some RNG right there.
ラララもちろんやります。いやいやここでまっすぐそこ動かない。じゃあこれは
Oh no, the burn! The burn! It's gonna kill Caster Artoria! No! Not like this!
やだな。負けないぞ。やります。いやいや。
罠。
えい。
Attack waiver. No, that's not waiver. Oh shit. Damn, her skills were about to come up. That's just bad luck for me. Not only did he not get stunned one time, or charmed one time, but he also just focused her down. We're probably still fine, but that's unfortunate. Hmm.
覚悟はいい？百発百中アイ・オブ・ザ・エウリアこれはどう？じゃあこれはそろそろ落ちて。
Hey.
これで耐えます。
That
了解。いや押し切ります。
we win next turn.
罠。
この輝きに夜よ退け、大地を照らすは不変の守り、エクスカリバーガラティー。
ダメ。まだ。
炎よ。炎よ。
Finish him.
射止めてみせるわ。アイ・オブ・ザ・エウリア
天気が。
何を喜んでいる
There
ん
you
です。
go, guys.
私が出たのです。
As I
勝
said,
利は約束されていたはず。
Uriel will beat Gawain with a little sport. Even if she is not foed up and her skills aren't leveled up, and she's a lot weaker than what she can be, she'll still beat Gawain. She's like his hardest of hard counters. I mean, against Goddess Rongominiad, we have to have male Artoria fight Artoria, right? Yeah. Let's say, if I were to do this fight with, like, a full account, right, against Gawain, and have my full power Uriel not even, like, grailed to 100 or and also have the best supports for her, and her skills all leveled up, code up, she'd one-shot the Gawain easy. Easy 500k, if not more. Oh, listen to that theme.
簡単に終わらないように。
本気で行こう。そうか、分かった。ああ、決着をつけよう。
いい判断です。
切り伏せてみせるとも。シール13デシジョンスタート。これは世界を救う戦いである。
商人、
エクスカリバー。
無駄なこと。死になさい。
That was so much less than I was hoping for.
清掃、圧縮、変わらず立ち止まる。
That was so much less damage than I was hoping for.
本気で行こう。
うん。くだ。うん。ではこうしよう。
Do it again, but better.
よく言いました。
いいね。シール13デシジョンスタート。これは世界を救う戦いである。
商人、
エクスカリバ
無駄なこと。モルゴース、
ー。キャー。
我が手に収まる時だ。清掃、圧縮、変わらず手に入らないの。
いい、切り任せて。キャー。叩き切る。
見どころはあるな。
犠牲が少なければ。
He did it! Well done, male Artoria. You did it.
「それはすべての傷、すべての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。
Here it comes, chat!
ロードキャメロット。
Ash gets her good NP. Hooray! Now her MP doesn't just provide defense, it also provides an attack boost for the team. Oh, hey! They retroactively gave him a CE to work with. That's nice. You know, quite honestly, this Bedivere would hit, like, an absolute truck. Sure, for funsies, let's use the story support Bedivere. Alright, chat, who cried their eyes out when they read Bedivere's story? Raise your hands. Get those hands up.
Yamero. 私に歯向かうな、人間。
進ませていただく。
うん。ではこうしよう。
Ah, shoot. Wish I had some better cards to work with.
無駄だ。無駄だ。無駄だ。なんか簡単すぎる。
我が手に収まる時だ。清掃、圧縮、変わらず。
くだ。うん。ではこうしよう。
普及にして不屈。
手に入らないのなら
All right, Bedivere.
捧げましょう。すべてを。行きます。お任せを。
Do it.
宝具起動。すべて引き裂け。我がカイナ。デッドエンド。アガートラム。
Solid damage for free support, story
我
support.
が手に収まる時だ立ち止ま清掃圧縮
Ew. Stop that.
我が剣。我が腕は王のために。
よく言いました分断する
ステータスアップ。まだステータスアップ。これで耐えます。
捧げま。おまく行きます。
Again, Bedivere, again!
宝具起動。すべて引き裂け。我がカイナ。デッドエンド。アガートラム。やっぜい吹き飛べ。
清掃よ果てを語れロンゴミニアド
Alright, I forgot she pierces invulnerability. Ah, he's fine. Look at Bedivere. 2,000 HP. Hardly a scratch on.
くわよ
さて簡単に終わらないようにほうよいい判断ですそれは絶えず見た滅びの夢最果てにありながら鳥は明日を歌うでしょう無駄なロードレスキャメロット内側から壊れる潰れなさい無礼者諦めなさい我が手に収まる時だ変わらずまだだ穏やかである
Damn, she really wants to beat Bedivere down.
我が忠義お見せしましょう。
いい判断です
I may have played around too much here, and we might actually lose.
清掃圧縮立ち止ま立ち止ま
我が剣我が腕は王のために。
目をよく言いましたモルゴース許すものか清掃よ果てを語れロンゴミニアド
Reset the run. Reset the whole run. Do it again.
立ち止まるありえないにもほ
Level 12 Tamamo Cat. She's got this, guys.
よおうたナマススラッシャー
その脂身を燃やす
それも嘘だ
我が手に収まる時だ変わらず
Okay, we'll just do it again. We'll borrow a stronger servant. We'll borrow a servant that'll actually win that fight. This guy. He'll probably win that fight. How cats shoot cat lasers. Uh-huh. All cats shoot lasers if you give them the opportunity to. It's true. its effect.
やめろ。私に歯向かうな、人間。出陣します。私の後に続きなさい。
殺すか。
Round 2. Let's go.
式はこうしてあげるもの。食べなさい。
邪魔。下がってな、マスターですか。
刀なきがゆえに無行、流れるがゆえに無限、ゆえに我が剣は無敵。
モルゴース。
See, my problem was sending a round table knight to defeat the king of the round table. Clearly, what we need is Nippon steel. Pulled it over 10 billion times.
簡単に終わらないよう
ではこうしく
はいはいですか。
行くぜ行くぜ行くぜ行くぜ。これで
無駄な
終わりだ。ざけんな。よけんなよ。外さんがな。
As much as I'd love to keep you in there, Mr. Hajime, we're gonna pop one of these.
手に入らない。
ステータスアップ。まだ倒れません。ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。
目に映るもの。目を背けないで。慈悲だ。神戸を垂れよ。恐怖はない。希望もない。何人無駄なこと。通るにあたわず。
罠。
モルゴース。 清掃よ、果てを語れ。ロンゴミリアド。私にこのような。
ダメ。まだ。
はいです。はいはい。
ざけんな。こっちだ。よっと。よけんなよ。 外さんがな。
そういうことか。
He did it.
何を喜んでいるのです。私が出たのです。勝利
And
が
with
約
that,
束されていた。
a final fight in Camelot is done. It would have been nice to finish it with Bedivere, but he was a little bit too weak to carry us. Goodbye, Camelot. Was fun. Hey, we got a free Bedivere. Man, Camelot took a while. There's a lot of fights in Camelot. And we also took the time to explain some stuff, answer some questions, and I dicked around a little bit. It's all there. Like, we took the time to level up Uriel and have her available and show off that, yeah, you can totally do that and beat Gawain, who is definitely a wall for a lot of people. And honestly, we could have just finished the Goddess Rangominiad in one go if we spent our revival. But, and thus, Babylonia begins!